Hello, 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 everyone. We are back today with Final Fantasy XIV, my tanking playthrough. Why are you like the way you are? Hold on. Game capture. Nope, that's not right. There we go. That's right. Oh, um, with Morrighan Initari, my whole tanking playthrough. Yesterday we had Dr. Shrew on stream, and today we're gonna have Dr. Shrew for I don't know how long, but he's gonna play some 14 with us as well. Probably just like running uh, the one roulette that I have unlocked, and then hold on, I can hear me echoing over here, which basically means I just didn't mute my wife's computer. Um, but it's just hanging out in chat. Otherwise, besides just running the thing, probably gonna be doing his own thing in the game as well. But yeah, so let me hop over into Discord chat where we are now joining with Dr. Shrew, aka Matt.
Hello.
I sounded a little rough there, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's something in my throat.
I
Yeah,
picked the perfect time to join
you did.
the Discord then.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Like I
I
said,
totally lost track of time. I was planning on going live myself, and then it's 9:30. I don't know where the time went.
so you're not gonna go live?
No, I'll just hang out.
Ah,
And yours?
did you have you logged in yet? No.
I'm waiting in queue.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't missed it. Just so you know, depending on how long you are in chat with me, I do read the speech bubbles while I play. So
That's
otherwise,
fine.
what's the point of streaming it if I'm just gonna make everybody read in silence?
Yeah. All
So
right, now I'm here. Now I'm in.
now you're in. Okay. Well then, let's
So what level is your tank on this?
32, but the highest leveling thing that I have, the highest duty that I have is Ifrit.
Oh, gotcha.
So this roulette is either going to be Sestasha, Tomterra, Copperbell Mines, or Ifrit.
Okay. What to play? What to play as?
What?
Well, should I DPS or heal? First off,
I don't care either way, honestly. Whichever one you want to do.
the problem I'm a little worried about is like I haven't played this game a lot recently, and so like I could go. Oh right, I don't. I'm like half naked on this class. Never mind, I won't do that. Do I have clothes for this one? Yeah, it'll pretty much guarantee Sestasha.
Is it your Conjurer?
No, I don't have clothes for my conjurer.
Oh,
It's Lancer.
what level is your
Which
Lancer?
is 19.
That's the first three, though. It could be any of the first three.
Oh, could it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll play Lancer. That
Okay.
sounds fine.
And you're in the class?
Yep.
Because, I mean, you know how tank queues are. It should be pretty damn quick.
Yeah, hopefully. Probably be instant if I would have gone
Conjurer.
Conjurer. But I only had pants on. I didn't have any other gear equipped, so.
Yeah, that would have been fine.
It probably would have been. What is 30-second queue time? What is this?
Ah, you went DPS.
Oh, it's my fault.
Yeah, it is. I'm at the point where I get to choose which Grand Company I want to join so I can have a mount in like 5 minutes of game time.
It's so weird looking at your search info and seeing one class at a baby level, and that's it.
Right? Go look at my search info on Aerolith, though. You can do it from friends list.
Oh, I was just trying to remember the shortcut for friends list,
Ah.
which is not O. It's K. No, that's L. No. U is Duty Finder.
They don't make sense. Like, friends list should be like. I mean, I guess I understand why it can't be like Control F or something, because F can be hotkeyed to.
All I remember is O, which is party members. Whatever. Anyway, I can obviously get to it. Wait, so is Morrigan like Aerolith's sister, or?
They all share the same last name, and that's specifically so like. Because you know how people will have alternate accounts. Hey Jerry, how you doing? Glad to see you stop by for a little bit. And they'll usually have like a naming thing where you're like, oh, okay, so this is so and so's alternate.
Gotcha.
All of mine share the same last name, so if anyone's ever paying attention, they can figure it out that way. Bridget and I have kind of. No. They're not sisters.
They're sisters in my head.
Bridget and I have had
Blue
canon.
Mage isn't 90.
That's because Blue Mage maxes at 70.
I don't know.
Morrigan is Bridget's character's sister, though.
Oh.
And Morrigan is currently on the look, or on searching for, trying to. She doesn't know where Folly is, and she's trying to find her. That was a lot harder to get out than it should have been.
What's your role waiting list number?
5.
I'm at 25.
Dang. I probably could have done this cutscene. But we're at the point now where, like, if I try.
Well, Instapop, yeah. What is this?
Hey, Sogo, glad to see you're stopping by as well. I know, it's not 14. It's not it's not
14.
Metal Gear. It's 14, but I'm thinking, Sogo, because I don't want to do VR missions all day on Monday, I'm thinking of doing a Markhor run on easy so that I can get the easy gun on easy.
Is that the run that you did on the 12-hour stream?
Yep, where I collected all the animals.
That's what a Markhor run is?
Yep. Because if you do it, you get the Markhor rank.
Are you going to speedrun it?
I'm not going to like try and go as fast as possible, but I'm going to try and do it like in 3 or less hours. Since my first run, I think, was 3.5.
Doesn't Sogo do them in sub 2?
Yeah, I believe that's what Sogo said yesterday, that Sogo did it in an hour and 50, but missed one.
Couldn't remember if that was Markhor or not.
Yeah. I think non-Markhor, Sogo, haven't you gotten down to like an hour and 30 minutes or less?
Jeez. Is that 2 or 3?
3. Oh, wait.
Which one is the frogs?
3. 3 is the frogs. I thought about trying to do a Markhor and Keratin run all in one go so I could unlock the easy gun and stealth. But those runway ones are going to be so much easier with the Patriot gun because it's infinite ammo and you don't have to reload. Alright, I am now rule waiting list number 1. His Metal Gear Solid 3 very easy speed run is an hour and 32 minutes.
Ooh, nice.
Which blows my mind. Markhor personal best he just got yesterday at an hour and 45. Meanwhile, my fastest Markhor and my only Markhor is damn near double that. Oh, thank God it's not Sastasha.
You don't like Sastasha?
No, I'll take Copperbell.
I know it's different now and better and stuff, but I fucking hated old Copperbell.
Yeah, but this one's so much better now. Oh, we have 2 Lancers.
What do we?
Yeah, that means we have no AoE. Beyond me.
Sick.
Oh, wait. I almost left the healer behind.
It looks like they might have made it. Hades Drakeheart. That's cool. Huzzah!
You would.
Yeah, yep. I had to do it to you at least once.
We're gonna go a little bigger, because some of these will fall off anyway.
Oh yeah, that one did. It turned around. I was trying to hit it.
Yep.
Just remember, we don't have AoE.
I know. That's why I was stopping here. I still have, like, a lot of my mitigation up.
Oh, this Lancer rotation is so hard.
2 buttons?
I have 3 actually, but I have
What?
to pick between which 2 I want. It's a two button combo, but I have 2 options.
One of them, I think, will give you a...
It gives me a little buff.
Yeah. Would you stop that? I did end up collecting all the dog tags in Metal Gear Solid 2, Jerry. It was a good old time. I got so frustrated on the extreme run. We did it in one playthrough. It was about a full 6 hours of play. Just because we don't have AoE. I'm gonna stop
food.
here.
You didn't remind me of food.
Well, you know, I popped food for myself.
Yeah, but where's the friendly neighborhood reminder, dude?
I'm not Spider-Man? Oh. I have trash pulled this all the way to the end, and that was such a fun experience, but you know, we had at least one person that could AoE besides me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think with the collecting all the final dog tags, you get the unlimited oxygen gauge. Oh, there was just 2 left. I totally could have pulled this. You get the unlimited oxygen wig. Alright, I'm gonna go left and grab the fire sand if you want to get in position with one of the other things. This is a whole party of, like, baby classes. No one has their job stone. But see right here, you no longer have to wait for the waves of enemies.
Yeah.
Yep, this part's a little annoying though. Because you can't even stun those attacks or interrupt them. Just stand here in the last AoE for a little bit. You got time to run? And you know how you were throwing your spear to pull aggro on things before me?
Uh-huh.
You probably could have been hitting him with that.
I was.
Oh. Shit, ignore me then. Sitting here trash talking. Do you want to open any treasure chests? I guess we are. I don't need them, but, you know, you have some low-level classes.
I mean, you're on a low-level class.
Right. But I have better gear than all of these. So I don't plan on doing, like, a full actual try and speedrun speedrun, but I do plan on Monday doing a Markhor relatively quickly.
Speedrun?
I'm assuming that's what Jerry was talking about, the Markhor speedrun that I was talking about earlier.
Well, dude, I'm sitting here waiting to place the fire sand. I don't even know. Bad comms.
What do you mean bad comms? This part hasn't changed.
It's been like, how long? It's been forever, dude.
It has been like 3 or 6 months for you. I don't remember. There, blasting cap's dead. I'm gonna pull the Air and Soul.
He dead.
Here, I got this powder chamber. I hope you're able to as well, Jerry. If you're not, it will be on my YouTube channel by Wednesday. You know what I've been forgetting about this whole run? Sprint.
So does this have the same weird mechanic deal?
Nope.
You just kill it?
Yep, you just kill it.
What?
Yep. It does still do a divide thing. Thanks for stopping by while you could, Jerry. I appreciate it. But then this is its version of divide. I'm gonna try and make sure you guys are able to hit it with your. Let me come back a little bit to the healer.
Jeez, Tank's just moving the boss around.
Listen, I wanted to make sure I was in range of heals. Pulling it to the healer's quadrant. Alright, there's nothing I can do about that one. He ran away from me.
Is there, though?
Coming to the healer again. See, even that fight's so much better now. You just standing there making the healer do everything?
Yeah, I gotta get ready to pull.
Damn it, Matt. We're going big boy pool. To the wall! Because I have all my mitigation still. Uh-oh, healer? 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 Healer, why'd you go that way? This is gonna be a wipe. Healer went the wrong way.
We're not wiping.
We are, though. I don't want to claim that one. That one wasn't me. But I'm going to. My bad.
Dude, Lancer supremacy.
I'm coming as quick as I can. Bring him back to the start. Bring him back to the start.
I don't know where the start is.
Right here. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm
Oh,
coming.
I just pulled more trying to get to the goddamn start. You're getting me killed. I'm just too stubborn to die.
I mean, technically it wasn't a wipe.
I told you.
It was damn near close, though.
I popped all 3 of my Healy things.
But you did it.
But we made it.
It broke my frame rate, though. Oh, there we go. It fixed itself.
You didn't read those speech bubbles, what?
I forgot those ones, okay? I had to make sure my DPS didn't pull.
I'm not gonna pull the bosses. I won't lie, I thought about it.
I see. I had a feeling. I knew you were thinking something.
Look, it just would have been for the content, dude.
The content. Nice try, buddy.
You hit the Sheltron at the right moment?
I hit the rampart.
You should have hit the Sheltron.
I'm a marauder?
Yeah?
I was gonna say somebody better be using limit break soon.
I don't even have it on the bar for this one.
GG, y'all. Healer's gonna leave before I can give them the...
Oh, that's the wrong chat. I just said GG's in the return chat.
What? Hey, I got a player com.
I think I gained 2 levels off that. I forgot to look. Oh my god, I gained fucking 5 levels off that, dude.
Wait, what? Seriously?
I was level 19, I'm level 24.
Damn. I got 1 level. I'm fine with 1 level. Alright, I'm gonna talk to Menphilia. Oh no, it did break my frame rate. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm just being dumb. I gotta try and get in Menphilia's head. Why can't I have a cutscene with her talking? Welcome back, Morrighan. Wait, what the fuck is that word?
Are you still in a Realm Reborn? So
Yes.
It's not Zoe Trapper, it's what's her name?
Yes.
I love
Were
that
the
voice.
Grand Company leaders' words as illuminating as you had hoped? Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. It's the pacing, really, that you have to hit with these people in a Realm Reborn, because the pacing is god-awful. Would that there were more of you, Morrigan. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer. Alright. I can do that. I'm joining, unfortunately, the Immortal Flames. Because that is the only...
Unfortunately.
Is that who you joined?
Company our
Yeah.
adventurer friend will keep.
Ulda. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, Ulda for life.
Ulda for life. I wanted to join the Twin Adder, but I don't have an Immortal Flames member yet.
The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
It's Shift colon, by the way.
That makes no sense.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
You know why thought Alphino was such a bad guy in this one? Because Sam voices him very, like, suspiciously.
Well, the beginning bit, they're kind of little. Both of them are little pompous assholes when you're like doing the tour.
Yeah. Oh, do you see that standard? Yeah, this is what it means. Oh, is that how history remembers this? Interesting.
But their arc's pretty sick.
It is.
Remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rites.
Is that the only roulette you're running?
That's the only roulette I have.
What?
Because you don't get any more roulettes until level 50.
As though the calamity and seventh
Look at your sets of
No,
roulettes.
I see it. No, I see it. I see it. I see it. Well, no, there's guild hests
I might have that one.
and frontline.
Frontline's the PvP stuff, though.
Yeah, I know.
Well, of course they were standard.
I just don't know what to do
waving
in the game now.
You continue with your MSQ. You got to catch up to Bridget.
I know, but I mean, I don't even like being in Discord chat when I'm doing
Since
MSQ
you are
normally.
so
Now we're
observant,
live on the
mayhap you noticed what
interwebs.
mention was made of
I mean,
the
if you
warriors of
need to
light?
bounce from Discord chat, that's
None.
fine.
If I do that, I'll probably end up on Apex.
That's fair. Just make sure you put my stream on in the background.
I
Yeah,
suppose
yeah.
they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than
I
the
don't think this is going to
calamity.
be a voiced cutscene.
No, dear Alizé, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the
this means what I
calamity
think it means.
behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience.
And that's the last time we see Alizé until Heavensward.
There must be another way to cure what ails this world.
Isn't there that
and
side
I
quest
need to find
you
it.
can do?
There is, but I don't think we're going to be doing that side quest until we can unsync it. Because we don't have enough people to do like a full 8-man playthrough.
You are
Wait, it's not
most
just like a
welcome to
side
try.
quest?
Our paths
No,
may
it's
differ,
it's the
but
raid
our
line for...
destination is the same.
It's like the
In
bubble
time, I dare say we
line
will see
in
eye to
Heavensward,
eye.
but it's that for a Realm Reborn.
The bubble's Alexander, right?
Yes. I just didn't know if you were going to remember that, so I went with the bubble, because that's what you always called it.
It is what I always call it.
I should
And that's where
hope
you fight
so.
that mounts, right?
Yep. In turn 11.
Intern
lady, we are
11
to
or
escort
like
you.
intern 11?
Hope does not come into it.
In turn
We
number
share the
11.
burden of this fate,
That didn't make it
dear
any
sister.
clearer.
But
We will
like
prevail
intern
together
or like
not at all.
intern?
Not what my closed captions are saying. In, I-N, turn,
Base.
T-U-R-N.
Okay, so not like an unpaid intern.
God, that's
But,
such,
like-
that's such an easier way to say it. Not an unpaid intern.
Okay, so in the turn. Oh shit! No, there's how the hell do you word this differently? Anyway, I know
In
what
the
you mean now.
turn, Alexander number 11.
Yeah. Okay. In the turn 11, maybe.
I clipped that because that was...
The salve will
we
serve
gonna
not
get to-
only
are
to
we gonna get
close
to
up
talk
our
to,
present wounds,
Sexy voice man.
but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Is Sexy Voiceman the Asian?
No,
Oh.
Adbert.
Oh. Fair enough.
Or the Exarch, or a lot of other people.
Did you
But-
see my thing that I posted about how Bridget figured out who the Exarch was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost didn't read it until I saw no spoilers.
Yeah, because it was entirely a joke. But she did discover his identity last night, so.
Oh, it is sexy voice, man.
But now I'm back to reading voice bubbles, so. How was the Admiral's speech? Ah, but you need not explain. That you stand before me now is not answer enough. You are the wrong person. I don't want to become a Maelstrom officer. You have resolved to join the Maelstrom, have you not? No. Well, I dare say you have your reasons. But mark me, in stormy seas the strong of arm and stout of heart must pull together, or the vessel will flounder. What? Will founder? I think that's supposed to be flounder. I don't know. I don't know sea words. And when a ship goes down, the passengers always share the fate of the crew. Remember that. Yeah, whatever. Welcome back, adventurer. I take it General Robin's words kindled a fire within you? Yeah, you actually don't talk a lot. I like that. Excellent! I feared that the incident with the traitor may have soured your opinion of us. It gladdens me to see that that isn't the case. But before we can count you as one of our own, you must be formally inducted into our ranks. Yeah, I'll do that. Please proceed to the Hall of Flames on Uldah's merchant strip and identify yourself to the personnel officer. I will notify him of your coming. With your strength joined to ours, we shall surely prevail over our enemies, be they beastmen or Imperials. Hail there, adventurer! I'm Nedrick Ironheart, an explorer by trade and a scion by allegiance. And you, my friend, look to me, an adventurer in need of a challenge. I happen to know just the place that will offer it to you. Tucked away in a corner of eastern Thanalin lies Halatali, and it is there that you will find all the excitement you crave. The place boasts a storied history. It was built some 100 years past as a training ground for gladiators. The calamity laid ruin to it, though, as it did to most things. Now Halatali is a shadow of its former self. But in the dark of that shadow lurk wild beasts, both bloodthirsty and beyond count. For one such as yourself, I dare say there is no place finer than Halatali to test your skill and refine your technique. Indeed, I've taken the liberty of passing your name along to the flames who oversee the place. Should you visit, speak with one Fafajoni near the entryway. I'll have another dungeon to run here in a little bit if you want to run one. I just realized that he deafened himself, so he can't hear me or talk to me.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I just was deafening for the cutscene.
That's fair.
I realized partway in, I was like, I didn't even tell him I was doing it. I probably should have at least.
Nah, you were fine. When I asked you a question and you didn't respond, I was like, okay, I have a feeling that's what happened. I'm going to have another dungeon to run here in a few minutes.
Nice.
If you want to run it with me, it's Halatali. So if you run something that's around level 20, it should actually be a nice little bit of XP for you.
It's level... Reborn.
It's level 20.
It's actually level 20.
It is actually level 20. You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, I mean, I'll run it with you. I can run Arcanist is 23 and Lancer's 24.
Whichever.
Both are pretty good.
I'm just going to turn in the stuff so I can get my mount first.
Yeah. Accept this quest before I forget to accept it. And forget can't. I'm always worried that if I don't accept the next MSQ, I'm going to forget where it is.
That's a fair worry. Because you got rid of the thing in the upper corner that shows...
Yeah. I can always pull it back, but I don't like to.
You know, if you just made it to endgame, it goes away when there's no new MSQ quests.
Yeah.
Yep. Just throwing it out there.
I'm working on it.
Slowly but surely. I have been thinking of running Morrighan off stream a little bit. Not any MSQ or stuff like that. But because I want her to primarily be a tank. And I don't want to overlevel the expansions too much. I've been thinking of picking up Paladin off stream. To get it in level with where my Marauder is. So that when we hit level 50, I don't have to spend like 2 streams just doing power leveling.
Yeah. It's seeming like Adbert is husbando for Shadowbringers.
Not Vothri?
Who's
You know,
Vothri?
you remember in Yolmor the giant fat man?
Oh, yeah, no, not him.
You just wait. You think Vothri's not husbando now, but you just wait. He's gonna do some weird kind of mind trick on you.
I'm trying to think who Realm Reborn husbando is. Because the other two are
Emmerich.
obvious and easy.
I think you meet Aymeric in...
You meet him in a Realm Awoken.
Ah. Well, I mean, obviously, it's Thancred.
I think a Realm Reborn Minfilia is just too powerful. And it's just Minfilia is both the waifu and the husband.
Minfilia covers both. Interesting, interesting. If you need any dyes at all, we have quite a few in our company chest.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Yeah, I think I threw some in there forever ago. But I'm assuming you guys have just like...
I've been
blown
throwing
it up.
all of them that I've been getting like from quest rewards and stuff in there.
Yeah.
What brings you to the Hollow Flames this morning, adventurer? My name is Morrighan
Do I have time
Initari.
to watch this
Yeah, you should.
excerpt cutscene?
Yep, and if
I'm
you need
probably
to
gonna-
deafen, that's
I'm
fine.
gonna deafen.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Morrighan Initari. I believe you are expecting me. Ah, I thought as much. You are just as our man at the Waking Sands described. It is an honor to meet you, madam. Now, in order to formalize your... Sir! Speak, private. Imperial, sir. They've fired on a Highwind Skyways airship. Scouts say she's coming down to the west, near Horizon's Edge. Bloody hells, of all the times for this to happen. Morrighan, there is no time for formalities. The immortal flames need your help now. We're in the midst of a large-scale operation against the Amalja, and we have no one to spare in western Thanolin. You must get to that ship before the Garleans do. If there are any survivors, see that they do not come to further harm. Now go! Alright, if you insist. Alright, we gotta cross the bridge again. Probably could have teleported to Horizon to make the trip quicker. But I mean, what's a little bit of running through the beautiful landscape of Eorzea? Alright, over this way. Oh, can we not jump up? There we go. Where's the crashed airship? There it is. Airship crewman. Yes, proceed. Oh, I gotta drop the party. Whoops. Not party finder. Stop it. There goes a goblin. An adventurer. What are you doing here? No, wait. Let's find some cover first. The Immortal Flame sent you? How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Are you alright, sir? Our scouts reported the attack on your craft. We've come to rescue you. Morrighan Initari, yes? Glad to have you with us. Yeah, that's right. You should be embarrassed. I have not seen a craft of this design before. That traitor Garland has been busy. The secrets of Magitech are ours by right. They are not to be squandered upon the savages of this land. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. They mean to take the ship back to Castra Meridanium, along with your friend. Wedge? You have to help him. That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. Nice looking ship, though not the best place to have taken shelter, I agree. It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. The first since Master Garland. Well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight. And she was soaring, she really was, till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. We attack on my command, kill them quickly, and save the Lalafell if possible. Is that clear, Morrighan? Show them what becomes of those who play with fire. Charge! I gotta give my character her smirk real quick. We're under attack! To arms! Slash smirk. You deliver a confident smirk. Damn right I do. Equip that tank stance. Steal the aggro. Pull them this way. And hit everything at once. Did they all resist my slow? Okay, okay. Can't stun you again, unfortunately. As much as I would love to. It's still on cooldown for another 10 seconds.
Yo.
You back. I had to jump the party so I could run a instance.
That's fine.
I realized who Husbando of Reborn was.
Oh?
Purely because of the voice actor. It's freaking Morrighan. Because Gareth Emery in Reborn is amazing.
I mean, to be fair, Urianger doesn't look half bad in Shadowbringers either.
Yeah.
The whole tank top dress thing.
Yeah.
I guess it's called a strapless dress. Not strapless, sorry, sleeveless dress.
I was a little confused, but
That's
I just gotta
fair.
roll with it.
I appreciate it, but then I was like, no, that's not right. Strapless would... Never mind. Wedge! You shouldn't have stayed with the ship. That was a close one. Too damn close. So how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. The Imperials will come looking for their scouts, but we can defend this position until the engineers leave. You should go, Morrighan. You still have unfinished business to attend to at the Hall of Flames. You're not quite one of us yet, though. You're not quite one of us yet. Though anyone who'd seen you in action today would be forgiven for thinking otherwise. I, just wanted to say, sorry, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously though, if it had not been for you and the Immortal Flames lads there, we'd be chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend. We both are. Wedge! Thank you. We're very grateful. All right. Time to return. So what scene did you just have?
Talking to cool fancy Asian guy with the Exarch and stuff, and he was like, I'm trying to be friends. I'm extending an olive branch. Let's group up. And we said no.
Ah. At least when he said he was extending an olive branch, did you at least think of trying to talk to your fairy?
That's an option?
No.
I didn't have an option. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you did there. Okay,
Yeah.
That kind of okay.
Yeah, she always calls you her...
Branch.
Yeah.
What? Thus did the olive branch wither and die, like you said. How do my... Oh, okay, there's the fucking circles.
So retroactively, would that make Ardbert a second husbando in Heavensward?
No, because did he have the same voice actor? Was he even voiced?
Yeah. And I'm pretty
it the
sure it
same
was the
dude?
same dude. Because I think the only time they've changed them was from A Realm Reborn to
Gotcha.
Heaven's Ward.
No, Emmerich's too powerful in that one.
Ah. That's fair, that's fair.
I don't think there's a waifu in anything but A Realm Reborn, though.
I would argue differently. Because your Stola's in every expansion.
I was waiting for it. Yep, yep.
But also Yugiri. And then
Yugiri's
Lise.
pretty great. Yugiri's pretty great. Lise is a fucking member of the, like... Does that count? I guess it could count.
Why wouldn't it count?
Because I only think of, like, the people who are only, like, the main character of one expansion. But she kind of is just the main character of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lisa's pretty great.
Welcome back, Morrighan. Word of your deeds in the field reached me not long ago. Exemplary service. Rest assured that the Garland Ironworks engineers are fine. They were able to get their vessel back in the air before Imperial reinforcements arrived. Your willingness to assist us on such short notice is to be commended. Clearly, your reputation is well deserved. Now then, I believe we have some unfinished business. Shall we continue from where we left off and induct you into the immortal flames? Yes, please. You know, I wish more jobs were like that. You show up to sign the paperwork and they're like, sorry, we need you to go do something real quick before we can do this. Not really. You don't get paid for that stuff.
I was going to say, you're not even hired yet. That's just...
They're getting free labor.
Yeah.
Are you ready, Morrighan? Then let us begin. Oh, do I have to do some kind of like ritualistic chant? Are we going to prick our fingers and smear blood on something? Morrighan Initari, you stand poised to enter a sacred trust. The flames of Ul'dah burn bright, casting light where there is dark and purging evil wheresoever it lurks. We are ever ready to meet the nation's enemies in battle, be they beastmen, Garleans, or worse. And at a word from Flame General Rabban Aldin, we would gladly lay down our lives to maintain the peace and prosperity of Ul'dah. To join our ranks, you must forsake all other nations. Only then may you commit yourself to the fire and be reborn as an immortal flame. Burn as one of us, Morrighan, and together we shall chase the darkness from Ul'dah. Will you swear an oath to mark this occasion? My sword belongs to Ul'dah. What skills I have belong now to Ul'dah. I will follow the Flame General unto death. ... No, I guess I'll say what skills I have, because I don't have a sword, and I will not follow Rabban unto death.
You should.
Nah. And Ul'dah will have need of them in the days ahead. The knowledge and experience of well-traveled adventurers are valuable assets. Very well, your resolve is plain. Morrighan, I hereby confer upon you the rank of Flame Private 3rd Class. Welcome to the Immortal Flames, Private. May you fight to the last for coin and country.
I have located the Time Worm tablet.
Hey.
Yay. Don't wave him over there. It's right next to Urianger. Why are you waving him over here?
Can you hear me, Morrighan? This is Menphilia. An officer of the Immortal Flames contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Initari. I have no doubt that you are eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you are now a Flame of Ul'dah, you are no less a Scion. Pray return to the Waking Sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting. It seems your presence is required elsewhere. But before you leave, perhaps you could find a moment to speak with Commander Swift. He is not one to see new recruits go into the field unprepared. But I don't want to talk to Commander Swift unless it's Taylor. You may now accept the quest My Little Chocobo. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario for A Realm Reborn. Well, let's do it then.
Do what?
Pick up the My Little Chocobo quest.
Oh.
Private Initari, yes, a moment of your time, if you please. You wish to carry out your duty swiftly, do you not? Well then, perhaps you should get yourself a chocobo. If you're interested, the Immortal Flames will furnish you with one. It's not a complex process, but it does require some paperwork. First, speak with the quartermaster to obtain a flame chocobo issuance. You'll need to exchange company seals in order to do so. Once you've received your issuance, show it to Mimigun by the Gate of Nald. He'll be the one to furnish you with a bird. Private Initari, I have been keeping a close eye on you of late. Your efforts on behalf of Ul'dah do us all proud. Yes, I understand now that what the Flame Generals saw in you. It would not be an understatement to say that the future of our grand company is riding on your capable shoulders. And yet, it is also clear to me that you have only begun to tap into the depths of your potential. Your flame burns strong, but it may yet grow stronger. Yes, I would see you become a blazing inferno that reduces all that oppose Ul'dah into smoldering embers. It is with such hopes that I have made arrangements for you to receive training at the Wolves' Den, a proving ground established by the Eorzean Alliance for the training of Grand Company recruits. Mayhap you are familiar with it. The look in your eyes tells me you are eager to take to the road. I knew I had not misjudged you. The Wolves' Den is found just off the shores of Lanosia. The ferry at the Morrighan dry docks in Lower Lanosia will grant you passage there. Upon your arrival, seek out Storm Captain Berkoya Loithalsen. I have already taken the liberty of submitting a letter of recommendation on your behalf.
Dude, there was this guy named Black Leggings who was gathering, but I just walk around the corner and see Black Leggings, and he was behind a bush, so I thought there was just black leggings on the ground for me to pick up. I was like, oh, what is this? This is cool. And then I just see this naked dude gathering stone.
That's amazing.
It was so disappointing.
That would have been a good clip on stream, just so you know. If you were to have been streaming this. What am I doing? Using one of my tickets.
What is this music?
Are you in the Raktika Greatwood?
Cutscene.
The forest area? I am going to be reading speech bubbles, so if you're in a cutscene, you might want to deafen.
Alright.
Yep, just giving you a heads up. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruitment officer called to regale me with the tales of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us, Morrighan. Now, when last we spoke, I said that I wanted you to meet some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you have already met. Tataru, please show them in. This way, sirs. Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives. But I don't think we've properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. And I'm... Gods, man, spit it out, will ya? Wedge, at your service. I am pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology. Of course, for this we needed the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy little family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea, and I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness.
Yo.
That was like perfectly timed, I think.
I am indeed in the forest.
And was the first thing you heard Lahi?
Yeah, that's what's playing right now. But Sexy Voice Man was talking, so.
That's fair.
And then the fucking Asian showed up again.
Yep, the goddamn Asian.
God, the music is so good.
Wait until, because you know how like you're going through every area, eventually giving it night back.
Now, having set aside the formalities...
Wait until you hear the nighttime.
See, I tend to like the daytime versions better.
But the nighttime one there is pretty good. But I have a voice acting cutscene, so I'm going to mute for a second so that we don't interrupt it.
Okay.
Yep.
We have a favor to ask of you. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like gisselcreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained, until such time as we know. It would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the Sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the Sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
Of course I'll help.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ida, us!
Okay, I'm out of that cutscene.
Well, is it Ishtola? Is it her?
Oh no, it's Master Matoya.
Yeah.
Gotta go to the Morrighan dry docks. I'm almost ready to run that dungeon. There's a lot more that happens that I forget about. This skiff is bound for the Wolves' Den. Might you care to join us? If you're in a cutscene, I'm about to be doing more stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't recall seeing your ugly mug around here before. You say that Swift sent you? He said he was sending a new wolf to the den. Bah! More like the runt of the litter if you ask me. Ye barely have fangs for the honing, but I guess I'm feeling goddamn generous, so I'll throw you a bone. Start yourself off with crystalline conflict. Them training bouts are made special for feckless adventurer types who can't tell sound strategy from a horse's ass. I still reckon it won't be sundown before you run home with your tail between your legs, crying for your mom. But you can have a word with Lieutenant Gungi Zalugi if you insist on giving it a go. You'll find him outside, assuming you can work up the nerve. And stand up straight, maggot. This ain't no place for the weak of spine. Dismissed. Well, thank you for the wolf marks. Now, let's go get our Chocobo issuance.
Forgot Ishtola was blind. It's like, what the fuck? Why is she not just freaking out that I'm here?
Yeah. Yeah, that whole thing. You are back with a Pasole bowl? Oh, Sogo, that sounds really good.
It does sound really good. I love Pasole.
Back to Ul'dah so I can get my Chocobo finally. And then I'm going to go pick up the dungeon. I love how I told you 5 minutes and it's turned into like 20.
I'm glad I went through with that Exarch cutscene.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Oh, the music changed because we're in this stupid town.
Quartermaster, you have something I would like. I need a flame chocobo issuance.
Issuance.
I think the entire time I played this through with Aerolith, when I was doing this quest, I kept calling it insurance. That's what the word looks like.
You gotta have insurance before you can drive.
Right, so it made sense in my head. I have to have an insurance before I can... I don't know why, but sure, I gotta have insurance before I can ride a chocobo.
I mean, can you imagine running into someone else on a chocobo and then you're like, sorry, I don't have insurance?
God, the amount of gil you'd have to pay out to him. Although, honestly, I feel like all the adventurers, especially through a Realm Reborn, can't afford insurance. Want a bird issued, you say? Then I'll need to see your flame chocobo issuance. Yes, everything appears to be in order. A moment, please. I'll be right back with your chocobo. Oh, what do we name this chocobo? I mean, obviously on Jesters I named it Sprinkle. Like, that's just a given. And here he is! The fellow has been in high spirits the past few bells. He must have sensed that his master was coming. Now then, to make it official, you'll want to give your noble steed a name. Quah!
That's what you're naming it? Quah?
No, that's what it said. Quah! We got 20 letters to work with. Do you think Y'shtola would be mad if I named my chocobo after her? Nah, we're naming it Vexalia. Morrighan and Vex. It kind of has a ring to it. Quah! I dare say he likes his name. Here is your very own chocobo whistle. Simply blow into it and your feathered friend will come bounding to your side. But do forgive him if he doesn't respond when summoned in crowded city areas or monster-infested lairs. Chocobos are stout-hearted creatures, but they have their limits. And lastly, I present you with your chocobo rider's license, as is required by law. And that concludes all the formalities. I wish you and your chocobo long years of fulfilling companionship. Alright. I can now summon the company chocobo mount to Eastern Fanolin. And of course, I'm going to ride, not the chocobo, I'm going to ride a bike. A motorbike. You know there's another motorcycle mount you can get now? You're deafened. Okay. I mean, that's fair. Boom. If it is the halls of Halatali you seek, you need seek no further. Permit me to tell you something of this place. The name comes from an ancient tongue. Halatali meaning the land of many shadows. It was here that our distant ancestors first settled, and Bah, you have not come all this way for a lesson in history? Shh, listen. Do you not hear the howls and growls? Do you not feel how they shake the very earth beneath you? Those sounds are the work of no wind, my friend, nor that rumbling the doing of any shadows. Those are the calls of Halatali. For now the beasts once kept for the Colosseum lurk here. And these are no gentle beasts broken by the hand of man. No, there are those within that even the might of the immortal flames cannot tame. From the look of you, you must be Morrighan. I received word from Nedrick that you might be along. By his recommendation, I grant you leave to enter freely. I only pray you are able to find your way out. None of those are better than what I have, so we shall not wear them. What gear do I have, actually? It's not the greatest. But it'll work. Alright, so now we'll teleport to Gridania so we can continue on with the MSQ. And once Matt's out of his cutscene, we'll get ready to run this new dungeon we unlocked. Twin Adder's Nest is over this way. We know far too little of the Sylphs to lay any worthwhile plans. We must call upon the Scions once more if we are to... Ah, beg pardons. 'Tis a terrible habit of mine to think aloud. But tell me, what brings you to the Adder's Nest? Hail, adventurer! I bid you welcome to the Adder's Nest. Do you seek to entwine your destiny with the Twin Adder? Good evening, Commander. Sorry to disappoint you, but other business brings us here today. Ida and Papalimo, always a pleasure to see the two of you. My men tell me your quest in the name of the Scions live. Sure. Quite so, Commander. A little bird told us that the Twin Adder was in need of our adventuring prowess. Aye, your little bird sings true. No doubt you've heard that we're investigating the Sylphs, that curious beast tribe that calls the depths of the Twelveswood home. The Sylphs are, for the most part, a peaceable bunch, much to the delight of the elder Seedseer, who has no desire to see her people embroiled in yet another fruitless war. The Twin Adder is of the same mind, and 'tis precisely for this reason that the Sylphs' relation to the primal Ramu has raised a flag of warning amongst our ranks. Friendly as they may appear, beastmen will be beastmen. Should there be even a sliver of a chance that the summoning of the primal might disturb the balance between Gridania and the Sylphic tribes, it is a possibility we cannot ignore. Better to be safe than sorry indeed. Do we strike at Ramu or leave the Sylphs to their own ways? That is the question, yet I find myself lacking ample knowledge to arrive at an answer. Opinions abound within Gridania, but to listen only to one's own is among the greatest mistake a commander can make. I would hear from the other side, the Sylphs themselves, and seek an impartial party to serve as my liaison. That is where you Scions come in. The Sylphs of Little Solace remain untempered, and have held many a productive dialogue with our people. I would hear their candid thoughts on their tempered brethren. That said, I urge you to exercise due caution. Sylphic traditions and etiquette bear little resemblance to our own. It would not do to have any cross-cultural faux pas get in the way of a productive parley. En route to Little Solace, you will come upon the Hawthorne Hut. Our officer stationed there can enlighten you as to how to win the Sylph's favor. May your expedition be a worthwhile one. A friendly palaver with the Sylphs. This should be a pleasant enough diversion. The Hawthorne Hut, was it? Well, why, I believe the ferry departing from West Shore Pier should take us straight there. A friendly palaver indeed. I hope this will be as straightforward as you say, Papalimo.
Poor Papa Limo.
Yeah. But I have that dungeon unlocked if you want to run it.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Cool, cool. Let me re-add you to the party.
Looks like I'm running late, sir. I'm fucking
Alright.
naked on the Arcanist as well.
How dare you, sir? I'm changing areas, and then I'll pop us in the queue for it. Not a roulette.
The durability of one of my pieces of gear
Do I need to hop out of the queue?
is noticeably low. No, it's fine.
It's only a level 20 dungeon. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I fixed it. I can repair my own stuff.
Oh, that's true. I'm getting my hair dyed tomorrow. I'm finally
man.
paying up on that stretch goal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
We're going purple.
Nice.
Yep. I would be lying if I didn't say I was a little nervous about it, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I've never dyed my hair before.
Never? Not even like frosted your tips back when that was a thing?
Nope. Not even then.
Or highlights or anything? Well,
I mean, to be fair, like, I wasn't allowed to.
yeah.
But yeah, nah, never did.
I got highlights a few times as a kid.
I had the highlights magazines where, like, I had the hidden pictures and stuff. I'm picking up some Aethernets that I hadn't picked up in Gridania yet. Aye, the ferry docked at the base of this hill will carry you across the lake to the East Shroud. Once you're ashore, head due east and you should find the Hawthorne Hut without much trouble. Okay.
You want me to come fly you?
No, I'm good. I might have you do that in a second, though, because I can now do my level 30 Marauders quest to become a warrior, and I don't think I have access to teleport to Costa del Sol, so I might have you pick me up.
Fly you across the water?
Yeah, it's Costa del Sol.
Oh, we got Halatali.
Yeah, that's the
I
new
know,
what.
I know.
It'll be great. We got a fresh tank.
He was viewing the cutscene too.
Someone saluted me?
He was level 48. And the 48
Could be their first
bars.
time running it, though.
Yeah. 48 to Dragoon. They have like a bunch of classes at the same level.
Alright, so we got no AoE again. God damn it, Matt.
Why did I take damage? What is this tank doing?
It's pulling to the next spot down. But I know we have no AoE, so I'm gonna stop here.
Monk doesn't have an AoE at this level?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can't remember when they get it.
Wait, why is our... Oh. There's a gas bomb. I was like, why is the healer taking damage? Yeah, I'm kind of glad that I'm not pulling bigger than this right now with both of you. You would. You would.
Yep.
And it's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't trust the monk.
I don't mind doing smaller pulls, it's fine.
I mean, I am getting a lot more comfortable tanking though. Just so you know, like it doesn't I don't have nearly as much anxiety as I did at first.
That's good.
Yeah. But we're also in the area, like, level-wise, where I've ran a lot of these already as tank anyway.
Yeah.
So the real test will be once we hit post-game and I start picking some of the optional dungeons, and once we hit Heaven's Ward.
But I mean, you got your tanks up to max level. How did you not tank stuff?
Trusts and running the MSQ roulette.
Trusts are so slow. I can't imagine sitting there and doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, I had to level them to 90 anyway to get a couple achievements and their glams.
I mean, you didn't have to.
I did, though. You say I didn't have to, but I did. Everybody's attacking this thing, right? Yes, okay. Wait, I need that treasure chest. Because that is a better helmet than what I currently have. Wait, where's our healer? Where's our healer? Oh, god damn it, Matt.
Pop sprint to make sure I can do it.
The healer's not here yet, is the problem.
Are they still not here? Wait, what?
No, I don't know if they know how to get here. This might be their first time running it. Oh, there they go. There they are. I really want to be like, it was the Dragoon's fault. Someone should go get that winch while I hold these guys here. You just get away from the gas bomb, it'll blow up on its own. I forgot where to go. I got turned around. Oh, my sprint's on cooldown.
I didn't know if you wanted to pull this group, otherwise I would have pulled in.
I did. Because we have to stop here anyway for the chain winch. And I have my mitigations on, so as long as the healer actually heals me, it should be fine. You didn't want to open the treasure coffer while you were over there?
Do you want the treasures from this place?
Yeah, this is like my level, or like the best
Aren't you level
gear.
32?
Yeah, but I don't have any level 32 stuff.
Oh.
Because my quest line I'm at is only like level 20.
Oh.
So like my best gear so far has been like a couple items here and there for, I'm not going to be able to interact with that. One of you are going to have to do it. is whatever gear I can get from like the dungeon that's at my current quest level. I have like one thing that's like level 20 or 30, and I got it from my last quest for my Marauder. Alright, if we do this carefully, we might not even have to pull that group over there. Treasure coffer. Damn it.
Wasn't me this time.
Nope, it aggroed on the healer. No, it absolutely wasn't you. It's one where you have to kind of like time it. Alright, I guess we'll just... This thing's not dead yet.
Oh, what? I didn't even see it.
No, it's not dead yet. You just took off, and then the monk followed you. I'm dropping down this way. Get over here. Healer, you want to get out of the... This fight is annoying.
Very.
Alright, well I guess we'll just fight it out here. Oh, I walked right back into that. Alright, and then it doesn't do that again, so... Hey, I dinged.
Same.
Just equipped a new helmet mid-dungeon. God damn it, Matt.
I'm just giving you practice for possible, like...
For Jonas's?
You know? Yeah.
Everybody up to the door. Everybody up to the door. Fuck. Oh, they're hard casting rays?
You couldn't make it, couldn't make it. They were hard casting it, not switch cast?
Yeah, they were hard casting, not swift casting.
Wow. Oh, they're doing it again.
I mean, I'm just gonna accept it at this point.
What was that?
What was what?
Someone pulled a boss?
Did they? I mean, I have the cutscene for the boss, but I don't think it was pulled. I don't have like a...
Yeah, it wasn't pulled. I just wasn't... The monk triggered the cutscene and I thought they were pulling.
Alright. Did you put the limit break on your hotbar?
Nope. Monk's got it. Took it early, but
Yeah, I mean, we weren't gonna hit LB2.
yep.
Not everybody, you know, has that whole, I have to get the anime kill on the enemy. I'm not one of those people. I have that. I need to get the anime kill.
Yep. Tali has. I'm getting 2 levels, 2.5 levels. Haven't I?
Nice. Alright, but you want to roll on that stuff? Or are you typing out a long message? What are we doing? Are you in Say Chat? Alright, you're starting to roll on stuff. If I didn't want these things, I would have left. Okay, I'm done waiting, buddy. That was a little ridiculous. I will equip the Doctor's trousers. Oh yeah, this is way better than what I currently have equipped. And I'm betting this is too. Yup. And that's why I have been doing what I have been doing. Where am I? I got so confused. Someone just killed a level 50 malevolent fungus. I know I'm level 34, but I could have taken him. Okay, before I have you fly me for the Costa del Sol thing, I'm gonna at least get this Aethernet or Aether Crystal first. Tuning. Okay, so I'm gonna go back and pick up my quest, and then I think the closest place for me to meet you would be the gate right outside, the gate that heads into, I think it's Lower La Nocia. Because the only teleport in Lower La Nocia is the Morrighan Initari docks, which is way at the bottom of the map. So actually, probably if you just teleport to Limsa, and if you don't mind waiting out there while I pick up my quest.
I'm currently getting the lights and purity washed away from me.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you are in a cutscene, I'm about to probably do some voice acting of my own, so...
No worries.
Ah, Morrigan. Just the woman I was hoping to see. Aye, it's plain as day that you've no equal in our guild, and I've a task that I'd entrust to no ordinary marauder. To wit, I just received a message from an old comrade in arms of mine who now serves as a guardsman in Costa del Sol. It would seem the fighting's grown fierce in those parts, and he finds himself in dire need of reinforcements. Mind you, this man is no white-livered whelp. He can wield an axe with the best of them, as evidenced by Master Gigaruju's paying good coin for the services of he and his men. No, any enemy who would fluster that bunch is not one to be trifled with. I've sent Sulkwib on ahead to tend to the wounded. Seek her out upon your arrival, and she'll apprise you of the situation at hand. Yeah, nope, I do not have Costa del Sol. I am going to go take a short break, though, to use the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Yo. Stupid water bucket thing has a leak in it. I gotta rush.
Yeah, but I feel like it's not that bad.
It's not.
It gives you like way too much time. Like I think the first time it gives
Yeah,
you 45 seconds.
seconds. Yeah.
And then the second time it does drop it down to 30 seconds, but
Uh-oh. I think it took me all of like 7 seconds to run over there.
yeah.
We'll be cutting it close.
Earlier expansions, I feel like they really did like make it where sometimes you were like, "What? How do they expect you to do this? That's not enough time." But like even in the most like with some of the beast tribe, one of the beast tribes in Endwalker, there's a few of them where you have to go pick up an item and run it somewhere, and you run it like 40 feet, but they give you 2 minutes. And I'm like, this is a little too easy. Why am I running when I can be on my bike? I probably don't need you to take me to Costa del Sol.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah, no, I'm like halfway there already.
Oh.
It's all good. I appreciate the willingness to do it though.
Yeah, of course. You've flown me around. Huh?
Plus, I have my mount now, so I can, ride around on my bike. That reminds me, I was telling you, but you were muted. There's a new motorcycle mount.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you have to be in Post Endwalker to do it, to get it. It's attached to the island sanctuary, which you can't get to until Post Endwalker. Basically, you grind that out to like I think level 10, and you're able to purchase it as a mount. There's also like some cut-off jean shorts that apparently really make your character's butt look good. Morrighan, ever the sight for sore eyes. A nasty bale of turtles has been preying on this area of late, snapping and gnashing at everyone and everything in sight. Why, even the best men that Master Gegaruju could buy find themselves no match for the creatures. Word has it that the beasts have been sighted swimming in from the lightly guarded northern shore. I would send you there to investigate the cause behind their burgeoning numbers. Okay. Whatever you say, Captain. Ooh, it's an instant, so I'm gonna have to drop the party.
Oh, that's fun.
If somehow you manage to hit your dungeon for that area, I will switch over characters to help you run it.
Okay.
Yeah. This man looks angry. Oh, that's right. This is Curious George. Damn it all. Morrighan, we must see to these beasts. Come here, crazed Archelon. Seven hells, there's no end to them. Prepare to fall back. I'll see to the shellbacks. You whelps just try not to end up as turtle grub. That axe. I've not seen its like in... Morrighan, we must do what we can. As long as I can become a warrior. Oh, they stunned me.
Bastards.
Yeah. That hurt. And now I'm like annoyingly like every 4 steps having to stop. Hey. Duty complete. That should send them scuttling back to their nests. You could call me Curious George. One remark about the name and I'll rip your ugly heads from your shoulders and suck the marrow out of your twitching spines. You two are guards from Costa del Sol, I reckon. I mean, at least they, like, are self-aware about it. Not as such. We are of the Marauders Guild sent here by Axemaster Wyrnzone to assist in the defense. I am Salquib, and this is my comrade Morrighan. From the guild, you say? Well, blow me down and call me a boggy. Had you told me sooner, I'd have introduced myself with proper respect. You're Morrighan, right? We've only just met, but I see in you a strength not found in ordinary women. What say you unleash the beast within and become a warrior with me? A warrior, you say? So it was you I saw brandishing battle techniques I had thought lost to the sands of time. Lost? Ah ha ha! Perhaps in these parts, but where I come from, the way of the warrior is alive and well. My tribe has been handing them down for thousands of years. I think I missed an opportunity here to, like, make Curious George a soft-spoken warrior. Yet our numbers dwindle with every new summer, and this is why I left the mountain where I was raised to come here. What say you, Morrighan? If you would walk the path of the warrior with me, seek me out at Hidden Falls. But if they're hidden, how am I supposed to find them? The warriors of old. We have all heard the tales, but never once did I dream that I would meet one in the flesh. My memory is cloudy, but many years ago it was said there was a young marauder in the company of heroes who would unleash crushing blows, theretofore unseen by his comrades. When the company disbanded, he vanished, never to be seen again. Might that be this Curious George? I cannot vouch for the man's identity, but there can be no denying the display of strength we saw today. Nor that he has taken a liking to you, Morrighan. This could be an opportunity for the ages. Hidden Falls, was it? Were I in your boots, I would head off there without delay. Can you mark it on my map? Thank you. knew you would come, Morrigan. Let us begin. Any warrior can take up an axe and call herself a marauder, but to become a true warrior, she must prove she can tame the inner beast that guides the blade. I witnessed your battle with the turtles, and I must say that I was impressed. You have proven yourself far more worthy of this than I could have imagined. In your hands lies the soul of the warrior, a crystal within which the deeds of 1,000 warriors from history are recorded. For countless generations, the soul has been passed on to those in my tribe who chose the path of the warrior to guide them and aid them in their journey. When your inner beast awakens, the runes will resonate, further empowering your will and granting you such strength as you never thought possible. Today, there is cause for celebration, my friend, for through you, I have ensured that my tribe's legacy will endure. Yes, it is for this day, this moment, that I came down from the mountain. Yet however earnestly I pursue my goal, I cannot deny the fear inside me that my mission will ultimately end in failure. For you see, while I style myself a warrior, the truth is that I left the mountains before my training was complete. And while I carry with me the chronicles of my ancestors, detailing the ancient arts of war, I lack the ability to fully decipher the texts. Yet there may still be hope, for there is another who fled my village, one who shared my dream of passing on the teachings of the tribe, and can read the tome. My brother. Without him, I fear there is little more I can teach you at this time, but that will not discourage me from continuing my studies of the Chronicles, nor shake my belief that further secrets will soon reveal themselves to me. Until then, I ask that you use the knowledge I've passed on to you and continue your training. You must strive to harden your will so that it may endure the strain of future burdens. Good luck, my friend. Next quest will be available at level 35. And now I have to do the rearranging of the hotbar. Let's equip the Soul of the Warrior. Okay. We don't need that on the hotbar. Don't need that on the hotbar. Don't need that. Don't need that. Except I did need one of those.
Why does the music in this zone have to go so hard?
Because. I think we've almost got it set up again. Okay. Wait, where's my thrill of the battle? There it is. Gotta throw that over here. That covers that. Okay. Low blow.
Oh, it's an inst.
And provoke.
I'm under attack. This thing's under attack. What are you talking about?
You're never under attack. Alright, back to regular old MSQ now. Hail, adventurer. I am Kina Lega, a guild level representative for the Adventurers Guild. If it is work you seek, The good folk who reside in the vicinity of the Hawthorne Hut have entrusted me with a multitude of tasks that I am eager to assign to stalwart heroes. Stalwart ones, I say again. Many of these Lev's quests are not for the faint of heart or frail of body. Before I send you marching into the wilderness, I must see what manner of adventurer has arrived upon my doorstep, so to speak. Let's start you on a trial guild, Lev, shall we? How does this one suit you? I will do that one. Excellent. You need merely beckon to the sylph to help lead her to her destination. Okay. Oh wait, I need to do a macro real quick. First, I need to drop this car one. The ride pillion. Okay. Slash M icon war class job slash gear set change gear set 1. I need to assign this as a gear set, and I think we want that thing 1. Yep. Oh wait, no, we don't want glamour plate 1, we want glamour plate 2. Is it a space there? There we go.
I don't like quests like this one.
Which one is it?
It's just any of the kind where it's like, here's a giant fucking area. Go try to find something.
What are you looking for?
The Hearthstone.
Is it the water thing?
What? I found it. No, the water thing was earlier. This is pile of leaves in a forest.
Oh. Gotcha. I need to set up a hotbar
Some of you
real
have
quick.
chosen death.
Ooh. Let's snag this hotbar. Settings. Make it a 6x2. And let's plop it right there. Ah, you got hit with the ads again, Sogo? I did switch it so it only runs pre-rolls this month. See how that changed things for me. So. Indeed. I am Ameline of the Twin Adder. I understand you're here to learn of the Sylphs, yes? For all their whimsy, they are a wary lot, particularly since the Empire has come to the Shroud. Earn their trust, however, and they're as friendly as any folk. They have their quirks, but so do we all, no? Would you now know... Oh god, that's not even what that line said at all. Would you know more, you'd be able to speak with the master of this hut. Rolf, he's forgotten more about the Sylphs than I'll ever know. Hey, I'm level 35 now. You have the look of one who has seen more than her fair share of danger. I am Florimond, a sentry of Jocelyn's Spire. Though you would be forgiven for imagining me a sentry of this hut, so seldom I have left it in recent days, I sustained an injury, you see, and have been out of commission for some time. Anyway, My wood whaler comrades are about to commence a coaling operation in the bramble patch, and the thought of them marching into the jaws of danger while I languish here like a coddled babe is frankly too much to bear. I realize this is sudden, but might I trouble you to take part in the operation in my stead? If you would do me this favor, seek out Captain Aniwood at Jocelyn's Spire. He will tell you all you need to know. You got it, bud. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else to pick up here. Nope. So we'll pick up the MSQ then. Yes, come to learn a thing or two about the sylphs, have you? I'll tell you one thing, they're a peculiar folk. How peculiar, you ask? Well, just let me tell you. They're... Beg pardon, friend. My memory's just not what it used to be. I've seen much and... Oh, it's still on the Be Right Back screen.
Oh my god,
How
really?
Yeah.
It's been a hot minute, dude.
It's been a while. I'm so sorry, everyone. I just happened to look down at my, where I have my Twitch dashboard on my iPad. Oh, it's been a while that it's been on that screen.
Well, I've definitely done shit like that before. I feel you.
We did the whole becoming a marauder with the Be Right Back screen.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh well, it happens.
Yep. I mean, hey, I did
A
literally
whole
over
TFT
half
game.
that TFT game. Fucking just chat.
Yep. At least that one they actually got to see your face, though.
True.
Though those frightful snouts, tusks like unto spears, and the squealing, that dreadful squealing, a death hymn that haunts my dreams each night. Why, oh why, did I ever leave home to come here? Ahem, hail adventurer. Your sharp-eyed mind tells me you're keen to prove yourself, and, to your good fortune, I've a, menial task ideal for one of your fair to middling abilities. Wild boars plague the bramble patch, and it's about time that someone culled the herd. Well, hop to it now. So unfortunately, we can't... Basically, right? We can't go back and redo those quests. But it'll be great. When I upload it to YouTube, I'll talk about how there's a spot in the middle where they'll hear me talking and quests going on, but it'll be on the Be Right Back screen. What brings you here, adventurer? Floraman's replacement, you say? And you are aware of the risks? Aye, what you do seem a capable sort. Floraman's tasks was to be the slaying of 6 black bats in the bramble patch. I take it you will now see to this. Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
If that voice isn't for an old, small Lalafell, I'm sad.
It's not. It's for a young human man. Don't worry, that voice will return for something.
Oh, voice acting.
Well,
I'm a deafin.
good call. It's that old Grandma Davis's voice. I mean, that's fair. I was thinking more Grandpa Davis, but I do see where it would probably be more Grandma than Grandpa. Alright, now we just need one more bat. No, we need two more bats still. Well, come here, you. Alright, back on the bike. The sylphs? Yes, father told me his stories plenty of times. What I've always found most captivating is how their concept of etiquette is almost completely alien to our own. You'd do best not to underestimate them on account of their childlike looks, lest your face ends up a mess of glyphs, squiggles, and chocobo scratches. Teehee. Hey, look, it's Moni. The sylphs? Inveterate tricksters and troublemakers, that's what they are. One day they're drawing marble faces on our masks, the next they're sending our young centuries falling to the bottom of a ravine. Tell them to stop and they just laugh at you. Rolf claims they harbor no ill will, but I dare say such pranks are no laughing matter. Where's this last one? Ah, there we go, Blaze set. The quickest way to a quiver woman's heart might be through her stomach. But don't even think of trying to foist your foodstuffs on a sylph. They sustain themselves simply by bathing in the sun, or so Rolf once told me. Okay. I'll accept that. Oh, of course, hearing your stories. Well, my stories has brought the memories flooding back to me. I feel like dancing. Yes, nothing brings people together quite like a little toe tapping. A sylph told me long ago that dancing is a time-honored greeting among their kind. You do well to remember this. It may just help win the favor of our forest friends. Oh, still here, eh? Great. There's one more thing you should know about the sylphs. They don't take kindly to guests who show up empty-handed. To earn their trust, you'd do well to bring along drat, what was it again? And my wife, Rosa, and I were just speaking of the matter not days ago. Forgive me, friend. Speak to Rosa at the comb. Her memory should prove more reliable than my own. Yeah, and we'll pick up Isabel's quest. Isabel seeks to catch wild game and needs someone to lay traps. You are an adventurer, are you not? Aye, you have the same air about you as father. He used to be an adventurer like you, though he has long since retired, and now finds pleasure in welcoming travelers to his humble hut. We also serve hot meals to the brave men and women who protect our borders, a small token of our appreciation for their efforts. Speaking of which, our meat stocks are running perilously low yet again, and I must head into the bramble patch to trap some game. Sorry to cut short our conversation, but duty calls and no one else is going to... Oh, I do hate to impose, but might I trouble you to take this box of hunting tools and lay the traps in my stead? It is for a good cause, as I mentioned. There are only so many hours in the day, you understand, and every bell I spend on this task would be a bell spent neglecting another. Fine, I'll go do your work for you. Ugh. At least they're paying me. And they're paying me pretty decently.
Are they? That's good.
Oh god, you scared me. I mean, they're paying me decently for this time of the game. But please, you have my vow. I shall wear boarskin armor no more. I will starve before I partake in the tiniest morsel of salted pork. Just make them go away. But what? The swine plague the bramble patch? The bramble patch no more? Oh, thank you, friend. To speak the truth of it, I have been plagued by a dreadful phobia of those tusked monstrosities in recent weeks. And I realize this will not do. Jocelyn's Spire overlooks a hub of trade and military activity, and to shirk my duties would be a dishonor to the hero whose name the Spire bears. You have instilled no small measure of courage in me today, friend, and for this I am grateful. I'll take the high potions because I'm just going to sell them. You look to be made of sterner stuff than the average adventurer. How would you fancy doing your bit to preserve the peace? We patrol the area night and day, but a recent skirmish put a dozen of my best men in the infirmary, and we're sorely short-handed as a result. I'd be grateful if you could help fill in for the wounded. Now there are 3 strategic positions on our patrol route, each marked by a twin-addered standard. What you need to do is go to the 3 locations in turn and hold your ground for a while. Nothing to it, see? So what was the cutscene you just watched?
The funeral for that.
Oh.
Blessed.
Yeah. So have you seen
Never met.
Black Bats? I did that voice and I can't do it again now. We couldn't have asked for a better substitute. You have my gratitude. Now, at the risk of seeming brazen, I would ask you a favor of my own. Might you bear a message to Florimond for me? The lad is being overly hard on himself for his absence. Tell him that his fretting avails no one, he himself least of all. He serves the wood whalers best by getting back on his feet with all swiftness, and that requires peace of mind.
Sounds like Clicknabob's brother.
Kleknabob needs a brother.
Clicknabob could have a bunch of brothers. You don't know.
They could all be Kleknabob. I prefer now to think of Kleknabob as a hive mind. And there is like one super big bad evil guy that we don't know is a big bad evil guy, and you don't know that they're a big bad evil guy yet. And they just have a bunch of little. They're making clones of this one person.
Man, even I don't know that they're a big bad evil guy yet.
You just haven't decided it yet, but now that I've given you the idea, you're like, that's absolutely what is happening here.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And if that's the case, Justin called it a long time ago, saying Kleknabob was evil. A message from Captain Aniud? I see. The captain speaks true, I must say. A great weight has been lifted from my shoulders. As bade, I shall focus all my energies on recovery. The sooner to resume my duties. My thanks again, friend. Doing sentry work right now. You know, I'm glad that at least we figured out we were on the be right back screen before Bridget showed up. There's another Marauder that's like running the same series of even side quests as me. Sorry, they are a warrior now. Because they became a warrior like they were finishing the turn-in as I was starting the turn-in. Thank you ever so much. Now all that remains is for us to wait and to pray for a bountiful catch. I shall have the wood whalers check the traps on the morrow. They are more than happy to do so, knowing that the meat will end up in their own bellies like as not. But if I might be permitted to speak seriously for a moment, it is not an easy time to be a frontier sentry. Fearsome beasts abound in these parts, and there is the imperial threat besides. Thus am I glad that I, who cannot wield a sword, may yet play my part by preparing hearty meals for those brave men and women who willingly endure hurts that simple folk like me might enjoy peace. Ah, there's a twin-outered standard. Oh, it's a lemur. Alright, we'll turn that quest on in when we return to this area, since we're already halfway to the next one. A peace offering for the sylphs! Were anyone else, I'd recommend a jar of honey. But I fear that that wouldn't get you past their front doorstep, dear. No, their tastes run more to the unusual. Are you, perchance, familiar with milkroot? That's what we call the root of that most fiendish seedkin, the ouchu. When chewed, it exudes a cloudy liquid that's said to induce curious visions in the imbiber. You'd not catch me dead trying the stuff, but the sylphs seem to enjoy it to no end. So the sylphs like hallucinogens.
Sounds like it.
I've not seen an ouchu around the comb in quite some time, but I did encounter a suspicious clump of grass the other day. Were you to stimulate it somehow, with some of this amber syrup, for example, you might be surprised at what comes out. Good luck. I feel like half the quests you take, they're like that adventure is not coming back.
We just sent that person to their death, but you know what? We're okay.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, it's an aether current.
You just stumbled across one in the wild?
I did.
No way.
Well, we were supposed to avoid confrontation, but there's a big glowy purple circle on the ground.
You're not gonna avoid confrontation. You're gonna start confrontation. Ah, you're back. Was my wife able to direct you to a suitable offering? Milkroot, but of course! Those sylphs quaff that cloudy stuff as quick as I do a flagon of mead. The effect's just about the same as well. Any road, a gift of milkroot will have the sylphs calling you friend and sister the moment they lay eyes on it. Now let me wrap that up for you. I'm starting to feel a bit woozy. Rolf Hawthorne has gift wrapped you offering in preparation for your... Oh. It's literally everything he just said. I've taken the liberty of wrapping your milkroot well and good. This should keep it nice and fresh. Not to mention spare you from that god's awful stench. The sylphs love the stuff, but me, I'd rather bury my nose in chocobo dung. I dare say the reek even rivals the breath of the marble that put an end to my adventuring days. But I can tell you that story another time. You've more important matters to attend to today. Yes, the Sylphs are an eccentric bunch, but I've shared their company enough to know they're kind at heart. They'll not shun one whose intentions are true. May your parley be a fruitful one, friend, and do stop by on your return. There's a flagon of full flower mead with your name on it if you'd regale me with your adventuring tales. Ah, and before I forget, don't go trapezing off just yet. Ameline here would have a word with you. Travel in safety, friend, and do pass along my regards to the winged ones. You got it, buddy.
This quest sucks.
Which one is it?
It's like my worst nightmares. I have to go gather bees to go kill spiders.
Oh yeah.
What the hell? That's the worst too.
This is when you quit the game.
Yeah, I'm out. It was a good run.
It
It's
was
too
great.
bad. I was excited to see who the Exarch was and stuff, but
3 Lalafels in a trench coat.
yep.
It's good to see your knowledge of Sylphic culture has matured. I see no reason to delay your mission any further. Upon your arrival at Little Solace, seek out a young Sylph by the name of Kumuxio. He has served as an intermediary between our peoples on many occasions, and has the close ear of his tribe's elder. I see that Hawthorne has furnished you with some of that malodorous root the Sylphs so adore. Malodorous, not malodorous. Malodorous fruit. Oh man, I have
The
something.
bad, smelly root?
Yeah. I have something of far greater import for you to deliver. A missive from the Elder Seed Seer herself. To summarize the letter's contents in brief, it vouches for the integrity of our envoy, that would be you, and restates Gridania's desire to maintain a harmonious relationship with our long-standing friends of the forest. The war with the Ixal has taken a toll on our resources. We can ill afford to get mired in another conflict. I need not impress upon you any further the importance of this mission. May the 12 see you return with good tidings. The 12 shall see me return with tidings of a sort.
Yeah, get fucked, bees.
Good to see you back in one piece. Is there aught to report? A run-in with fell friends, you say? That is passing odd. We have never had trouble with the local fauna on this patrol route in the past. Mayhap their numbers are on the rise. We must keep a close eye on things. Anyway, my thanks for your help, friend. Yeah, I'll take some antelope steak. Why not?
Forest flamingo? That neither looks like a flamingo, and there's no flamingos in a forest. What? This game is unrealistic.
My immersion's gone.
Yep.
Ah! I shan't get a wink of sleep until I find out who it was. Hear my tale, adventurer. Last night, upon returning from my patrol, I caught sight of a child playing atop the roof. Fearing for the little one's safety, I called out, but the child promptly vanished. It's a ghost. Now, we haven't received any word of missing children, but if there were even a chance, were it not for my duties here, I would be out searching now. Might I trouble you to climb to the roof and investigate in my stead? I guess. So, I'm not going to spoil anything, but I caught the end of last week's episode of Critical Role and the start of this week's episode.
Craziness, huh?
Yeah, I might be hooked again and about to binge everything up to this point.
Yeah, Ryan was spoiler free talking to me about it because it was so crazy that I couldn't stay away from it. I don't know what happens, but
It was
I just
all over Twitter.
Yeah, like my Twitter's usually pretty quiet on the Critical Role front because I don't interact with it a lot, but it was just everywhere. It was omnipresent.
Yeah, and so I was scrolling through Twitter and seeing people's live reactions to it because I don't have Critical Role spoilers muted, and I was like, oh, I gotta see what's going on.
Huh.
Found this cane atop the roof, you say? 'Tis far too small for our use. I'd wager it belongs to one of the sylphs of Little Solus, the settlement to the east. Well, I suppose that solves the mystery. It would seem that the child I saw was in fact a sylph, and I was so worried. At any rate, we should return the cane to its rightful owner. Please take it to a sylph named Alexia in Little Solus. She will know what to do with it. And while you are there, tell her in no uncertain terms that her people should not wander the forest at night. Okay, I'm going to actually be right back. And I'm going to go get me something to eat real quick.
Okay.
But when I return, remind me to get off my be right back screen.
Okay.
Okay, we are back, and I'm clicking the
Get off
button
the
right now
screen.
to switch.
Good.
I appreciate the reminder.
Ooh, there's lots of you bastards, huh?
Lots of spiders?
The children of the everlasting bullshit.
Oh, those people.
Ooh, they heard of it.
That's because you're not a
Oh,
tank right
they
now.
heard a lot of it? Caleb, help.
I can't? This character does not have Endwalker unlocked yet? Or, I mean, Heavensward? I mean, Shadowbringers?
Neither of those are where I'm at.
Shadowbringers?
Alright.
If you need me to, I can always come and heal you. It just will take me like half a minute to get there.
No, I'm switching to Paladin. They about to get fucked. I purposely pulled a lot. I was very confident.
So it was your fault. You tried to tank as a DPS.
Yeah, but I'm Reaper. I had 2 levels on him.
Yeah, but still, you're a DPS, not a tank.
Well, I'm a tank now.
Listen, just because you can pull a lot doesn't mean you should.
Why do they hurt so bad? Hello? Out here making me pop mitigation?
Yup. How dare they make you use your class correctly?
Right?
Especially outside of a dungeon.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
It's one thing to have to mitigate in a dungeon.
Even that's an affront to my honor, dude. Jesus, there's so many. But I can teleport.
Both dungeons we ran today, I think, are the first 2 where I've died on this character.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Probably because you had some dumbass Lancer who was pulling ahead of you the whole time.
Okay, so specifically, I think that did screw up the last pull in Holotolly. Because I was just like, well, I mean, I might as well just finish this off before Matt runs away again. But no, the one in Copperbell, I don't know where the healer had went. But they came back with like 4 people.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. What brings walking one to the abode of these ones? Small cane. Walking one brings cane. This one was looking under every leaf and flower for cane. This one's heart is full of joy. Walking one is kind. Like seeing one. This one likes kind ones. This one will befriend a kind one. Kind one has this one's word.
It hurt so bad. Or should have stayed on Paladin.
Why did you switch back?
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Walking one is not familiar to this one. This one does not trust strange ones.
I didn't even have to come in this room? Are you fucking kidding me?
Strange dancing ones might be a different story, but this one expects no such thing. Walking one should go home and leave this one be. This one would welcome walking one who moves like these ones. If walking one would talk to this one will answer. This one is a busy one, so walking one should speak with a quick tongue. Walking one would bring gift to this one. Walking one is most kind. Walking one brings milk root. Milk root fills this one with great joy. This one gives thanks, gives many, many thanks. Walking one carries message for Elder One. This one will deliver the message to Elder One. Walking one should not worry. Hello there. We're envoys from Gridania, and we're here to treat with your people. Aye, we come to pay our respects to your elder, and to learn from him more of your Lord Ramu. Who are these ones? These walking ones come from Gridania? Walking one became a dancing one and brought milk root, but walking one tricks this one. This one does not like tricks. Tricks are for kids. This one will speak no more. Elder one is busy. Walking ones should go home. Go home, you say? But the sylphs of Little Solus have always welcomed Gridanian envoys with open wings. The letter carried by Morrighan here is an oath of peace penned by the Elder Seedseer herself. Still you would refuse us. This one's reasons are no business of Walking One's. Elder One has no words for Gridania. Walking Ones waste everyone's time. Well, I never turned away at the gates. What did we do to deserve such a rude welcome? Was Morrigan's jig insufficiently jiggy? I'm as baffled as you, but something tells me recent events have our erstwhile fluttery friends feeling uncommonly wary. It would seem we've no choice but to ask around, and see how we might earn their trust. Say, Morrigan, are you in the mood for dancing? That's right, dancing. You went through all that trouble to learn the sylph's traditional greeting, but you've greeted hardly any of them. Why, if I were a sylph, I'd be beside myself with delight to see an adventurer expressing an interest in my culture. Me? Of course I'd be happy to join. Ow, ow. There go those bloody leg cramps of mine acting up again. Of course, Ida.
Oh shit. Voice acting.
Okay. Oh, Walking One knows Jolly Dance. Jolly Dance fills this one with good cheer. Let these two be friends. Where's this? There we are. Amixia. Walking One would be a friend to these ones. This one is overjoyed. But this one keeps the ways of weaving a secret. Even if Walking One learns secret, Walking One could not weave in the same way. How do you know? Ah, Walking One is a friend to these ones. Friendly like gracious Elder One of Forest City. Knows how to dance into these ones' hearts. Let's report to Ida. Morrigan, would you like to hear the good news or the better news? The good news is that your lovely dance has brought smiles and high spirits to all of Little Solus. The newer one, or the better news, why, I've thoroughly recovered from those accursed leg cramps. Onward to our next adventure. Papalimo. Morrigan, as an adventurer, you're no stranger to helping distressed folk, I wager. Tales of good deeds are quick to spread. The adventurer who comes to the aid of the local populace can go from stranger to hero overnight. No doubt you see that I'm getting at what I'm getting at. The sylphs who make their home in Little Solus do so having been driven from their woodland home. Surely they have their fair share of troubles. Seek out troubled sylphs and see what might be done to ease their worries. A sound plan, would you not say? That said, the sylphs are not known to share their worries with outsiders. You would be better off inquiring with Hera Amedia of the Gridanians who reside here. She is most likely to be privy to the sylphs' troubles. Walking One may dance many dances, but this one still doesn't like Walking Ones. Why? Because Walking Ones don't listen. That's why. If Walking One wants to be friends to this one, Walking One should listen, and listen good. This one has itchy spot on back. Walking One should poke it. Okay, /poke. Teehee, Walking One fell into trap. Touching this one turns Walking One's skin into moss. Teehee, Mossy One's skin turns greener and greener. Mossy One should examine self to see how silly Mossy One has become. /examine self.
Yo.
You back.
Yeah.
Walking One is so silly. There is no curse, Silly One. This one tricked Silly One good, yes? This one is smart. Silly One should congratulate this one for being so very smart. Uh-huh.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. That's right, Silly One. This one is very, very smart. Silly One is smart to know this. Silly One makes this one laugh. This one likes to laugh. Maybe Silly One is not so bad after all. These ones need help. Please help these ones. Vile ones called buzzing. I don't know how to say that word. Think these ones are food. Attack these ones. Attack whenever these ones go into forest to bathe in sunlight. Some of these ones have gone into the forest. Into the forest to lure out vile ones. This one wants Walking One to wait for vile ones. Wait nearby and slay vile ones that come. Alright, well let's talk to Amedia. Praise be to the elementals. I cannot express how happy I am to see an adventurer with a truly gentle heart. The sylphs of Little Solus are sorely in need of aid. Pray, hear me out. Being a temporary settlement, Little Solus wants for amenities, not least a stout set of defenses. Consequently, beasts from malms around are free to wander in and terrorize the hapless residents. The Zizgorlins and Gallnats that roam these parts are especially troublesome, but slaying one of each should serve as a warning to the rest. Furthermore, perhaps you could gather 3 brownie brushes as well. They play an important role in sylphic culture. I do not claim to know the details, and what with such feral beasts prowling the forests, they are not easily come by. When you are done with the deeds, seek out Camuxio. He is slow to warm to outsiders, but your good intentions will not be lost on him. My own experience speaks to this. Whatever you say, lady. Oh, Walking One, please listen. This one was frolicking in the forest, as this one likes to do, when nasty tusked ones come huffing and puffing and charging. This one was so frightened. This one is too scared to go back to the forest. Walking One can make tusked ones go away, yes? This one would dance for joy. Tusked ones hide in bushes. Walking One should be careful. Come here, Zizgorlin. target it? I really couldn't target it. That was kind of annoying. I feel like there's like, because I did this quest a week or two ago on a different class, or a different... I feel like there's a few waves of the buzzings. Yep. Here's number 4. Okay. You mean Morrighan? But we're at the Sylphs now. We're trying to befriend the Sylphs. Don't attack that lemur. What are you doing? Alright, a little farther this way. Actually, let's go this way. Morrighan. How is work going, Bridget? Bum 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 ba ba da ba da 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 da. There you go. That is how you spell it. Here, let's turn... Yeah, we'll turn these in first. These ones must bathe in sunlight to survive. Without sunlight, these ones will fall ill and shrivel away to no ones. Thanks to Walking One, these ones can safely bathe in sunlight again. Praise be to Walking One. Dancing One is still here. Dancing One can dance all night. This one's trust is not so easily earned. Dancing One brings brownie brushes for this one. This one can dye thread once more. This one is pleased. Dancing One kills bitey buzzy one. This one hates bitey buzzy ones. Dancing One is kind. Too kind. Many walking ones come to these ones' abode, but few are friendly like Dancing One. Perhaps this one was wrong not to trust Dancing One after all. I'll pick it up in a second. Let's talk to Amixia. Walking One has made tusked ones go away. This one can play in the forest again. This one thanks Walking One. This one is forever and ever Walking One's friend. Helpful One has returned. This one is troubled. When this one ran away from nasty tusked ones, this one dropped 3 spindles of thread. This one searched Brambly Place over and over, but nothing was found. Oh, woe is this one. Helpful one will help, yes? Helpful one will help in just a moment. Camuxio. This one asks Dancing One for forgiveness. These ones have many troubles since Walking Ones last came to our abode. This one must be careful, always careful. But Dancing One is not like other Walking Ones. This one can trust Dancing One. This one would ask Dancing One for help. Strange Walking Ones with bodies of steel came to the home of these ones. This one thinks steel ones come from Empire. Where Empire goes, many living ones become dead ones. Trees fall and bushes burn. These ones' home is in danger. Danger! This one begs of Dancing One to help this one no more. Dancing One is friends with these ones and Walking Ones, yes? Dancing One must speak to these ones here and Walking Ones in Hut House and find out more. This one has bad feeling. This one fears steel ones are after something, but this one should speak no more. Go, Dancing One. This one depends on kindness of Dancing One. Well, let me talk to Pelixia. Strange steel walking ones? Yes, this one has seen. Steel walking ones carry big boxes. Maybe walking ones hunt for shiny treasures. This one likes treasure. We have another spot over here. Shush, shush. This one says, steel walking ones are scary. Like touched ones, this one hates scary, and scary ones have scary friends. You forgot your wallet in your locker and decided you needed more food? Bridget, what are you doing?
Back.
Yeah. Ooh, I need to fight diseased tree ants. Come here, diseased tree ant. I feel like I should know this. It only plays the fight music if you're in the same area as someone who's in a fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not even in a party anyway, so never mind. You'd think I would have known that.
You should have.
Yeah. Crazier things have happened, though. Trying to finish a fate that had like 5 minutes left on it. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I just need like 1 or 2 more trees. Just one. Hey. Over Cloud Silk. Okay. Oh, one of my subscribers fell off. We hit their month point. Men clad in strange armor? Why, now that you mention it, I did see some suspicious types of late. They were gathering deep in the forest. I simply assumed they were adventurers.
Hang on, I'm definitely. This is popping off right now. What the hell?
Okay. That's fine. Fearsome types clad head to toe in steel, you say? Imperial soldiers, no doubt. I couldn't tell you what they were plotting, but I'm sure it's nothing good. Back to Camuxio. This time you remembered to grab a bag too. Good call, good call. I mentioned it earlier, Bridget, but I'm thinking of playing Morrighan a little bit off stream. Not like for advancing MSQ or anything, but to pick up Paladin and get Paladin in line with my Marauder. Because I want Morrighan to be a tank for the most part. So, and I don't want to like over level the expansion. So once we hit 50 with Marauder, I'm going to switch over to Paladin. But I also don't want to spend like 2 streams power leveling Paladin. This one is happy to see Dancing One return. What did Dancing One learn? This one sees steel walking ones come from Empire, carry boxes and go walking deep through trees. As this one thought, steel walking ones are up to nasty, no good things. This one knows forest well. Steel walking ones try to hide, but this one will find them. This one would borrow Dancing One's map. This one makes mark right here. This is where steel ones hide. This one knows. Dancing One will go looking for steel ones, yes? Without thread, this one cannot weave. Whatever is this one to do? This one's thread. This one can weave again. Helpful One is so kind. This one thanks Helpful One from bottom of this one's heart. Also, Bridget, there's a point in this stream where there's like 30 minutes of the be right back screen, but you can hear me and Matt talking and me continuing to play the game and becoming a warrior and all that stuff because I forgot to turn my be right back screen off. It's amazing. Yeah, I felt like it was a good job. I was embarrassed and I felt dumb. But it happens. I'm just glad Matt was on the stream with me because he was able to make me feel better about the one time that I caught him on the just chatting screen when he was like 20 minutes into a game of TFT. Dancing One is back. This one breathed sigh of relief. This one was worried. Dancing One found something. Dancing One found paper inside a box. This is a message from Empire. This one can read Walking One's symbols. Message paper has names of food and rocks. Food and rocks were inside boxes. This one knows. Yes, Morrigan is going to be a tank special. But this one does not understand. Food and rocks mentioned all come from home of these ones. How do steel walking ones know to find them? Is there a sneaky one behind this one's wings? Snooping one selling secrets to steel walking ones? This one fears for this one's home. But Dancing One has helped this one much today. Dancing One must promise to always be friends to these ones. Comuxio is pining for a wayward friend. Helpful One arrives at a good time. This one needs Helpful One's help. One of these ones named Claxio ventured outside Little Solus alone. Alone is unsafe. Helpful One must find Claxio. Claxio struck west, leaving the settlement. Hurry before Claxio ends up in the belly of a beastly one. What? Walking One wants this one to return to Little Solus. Don't make this one laugh. This one is wary of living with those who are not these ones. This one wants to be alone. These ones rely on Walking Ones for everything. No better than those ones that summoned a Primal One. Small wonder this one chose to leave. This one thought this was a likely place to build a home, but then Meddling One arrives, forcing this one to go deeper into the forest. Meddling One is forbidden from following this one. Away with Meddling One. So much back and forth. What? Claxio refused to return to these ones, and went deeper into the forest. But this one saw touched ones lurking in the forest. Helpful One must hurry, hurry and find Claxio. Helpful One should search for spools of thread on the forest floor. Those things will lead Helpful One to Claxio. But hurry, hurry before touched ones take Claxio away. These ones' quests can get exhausting. These ones' quests can get exhausting to voice. Yeah. This one will be happy when these ones' quests are over. I just now noticed, like, you can literally see the threads on the floor. Well, I appreciate it, Bridget. Duty calls. That one likes that this one. I appreciate it. Meddling One is back. This one told Meddling One to be gone. Tell Comuxio that this one will never go back. Never. Touched ones should go away too. This one is good one. Everyone should just leave this one alone. Be on guard, Morrighan. These sylphs have been tempered, brought under the thrall of the primal Ramu. Akin to the Amalja tempered by Ifrit, these sylphs exist only to serve their deity. They'll not answer to words, only steel. I take no pleasure in this, but it must be done. Probably should pop tank stance. Get out of the Marlboro's bad breath. Where are you going? It ran away. This one is safe. This one was so scared. Claxio! This one has been worried. So very worried. Is Claxio unharmed? Still in possession of wits? Camoxio! And meddling one as well. Why are these two here? These two came to rescue Claxio. That Claxio is safe fills this one with joy. Camuxio, forgive this one. This one did not mean to run away from Little Solus. This one was just afraid. These ones who live at Little Solus were changing, becoming friendly with other ones. This one feared that these ones were forgetting who these ones are, like Touch ones did. But this one was wrong. This one can see that now. Meddling, helpful one. This one is grateful. This one will return to Little Solus to be with Camuxio and friendly ones. Well, that should see to that. What say we return to Little Solus as well? I, for one, could do with a nice hot bath. I also decided, Bridget, that Morrigan's mount, 100%, is the bike, is the motorcycle.
Well, that was a cutscene and a half.
What one was it?
A bunch of different things.
Ooh.
The Yulmore showed up to the fucking forest.
Oh, yeah.
The Exarch talked to Vothri. Fucking Ranjit teamed up with the children. I don't know. I don't see how Vothri's gonna become husbando over Albert. Just Adbert.
Ardbert.
The Warrior of Darkness.
There we go.
Mr. Sexy Voice.
Bridget, keep in mind that Matt is still behind you and does not know things. This one thought Claxio was lost forever. Helpful one saved Claxio. Now these ones can be family again. This one
You're gonna
has...
have to tell me what Bridget says, because
That's fair.
I was lagging a lot with your stream open on my computer, so I closed it because Chrome eats up too much fucking CPU.
That's fair, that's fair. This one has known many walking ones, even many kind walking ones, but Helpful One is kindest and strongest of all. Helpful One is a hero to these ones. Husbando number 3? Husbando number 3 is the Warrior of Darkness, according to Matt. Each expansion has a Husbando. Helpful One will bring these ones and walking ones closer together. Well, Bridget says we appreciate you having my stream open anyway, and Bridget, he just said he doesn't have my stream open. But Elder One is what? Don't make me pick up the next quest to know what Elder One is. Mount speed and lower oh, a bunch of mount speeds just increased. This one must ask Kind One's forgiveness. This one made promise to take Kind One to see Elder One, yes, but this one cannot. This one cannot, because Elder One is not here. Elder One is not anywhere. Elder One went into forest yesterday, but has not come back. This one is worried. Elder One often goes into forest, but never, never for this long. Kind One will help find Elder One, yes? Near where Elder One disappeared is the home of a walking one named Buskarin. Buskarin may know what happened to Elder One. This one would talk to Buskarin, but walking ones do not trust these ones. Would Kind One talk to Buskarin for this one? And Kind One comes from Gridania, yes? In Gridania live many Kind Ones, yes? This one begs of Kind One, please go to Gridania and ask fellow Kind Ones for help, and please hurry. These ones are not safe until Elder One returns. I am happy to be done with these ones' quests. Bridget, you're not done. You're not dumb. You just didn't hear what Matt had said. Bridget also disagrees with you, though. She says it would be the Exarch over the Warrior of Darkness.
I like the Exarch. He's Mr. Sexy Voice number 2, but he is number 2.
There's a special connection you have with Ardbert. And I think that kind of actually helps him. Honestly. We're just popping Rampart randomly, apparently. I'm going to pick up one of these quests in here real quick because it goes to the South Shroud, which is where we're going. If you're poking around looking for work, you must be an adventurer too, am I right? You won't find much here, I'm afraid. Seems the only thing people talk about these days is that nasty bit of business down near Isam Har. Surely you've heard the stories of a strange portal suddenly appearing in the ruins down there? Hey, don't give me that look. I'm only telling you what I overheard from the whalers. They say on the other end of it is some sort of labyrinth. The thing is, every time they go down there to map the place out, nothing is the same. A mystery if I've ever heard one. Frankly, I'm more than happy to let it stay a mystery. Strange apparitions, booby-trapped corridors, going down there is nothing short of suicide. Still, the prospect of treasure is awful tempting. Don't take my word for it, though. Head down to Isam Har and you can hear it straight from the Chocobo's mouth. Bridget says it's the mystery for the Exarch, even though he is short.
He is very short.
I will say Folly, because this is probably Bridget's headcanons as Folly. Ardbert is different, because Ardbert is a brother-in-arms to Folly. Brother-in-arms who can't help you in any fight. Well, if it isn't our intrepid ambassador. How fare your diplomatic efforts with the Sylph tribes? Their elder's gone missing, you say? Why, if he were to end up in the hands of the Tempered Ones, we'd have a crisis on our hands. You can assure the Sylphs that my sharpest-eyed serpents will be on the lookout night and day. No stone must be left unturned. I would ask you to call upon Gia Malco at Bent Branch Meadows and deliver the message that the Wood Whalers are needed in the search effort. Bridget says it's not my fault. He's a spirit. I don't know what that means.
But he's just like a sexy ghost.
Bridget, I feel like you're kind of bordering on Lindsay territory here. Because wasn't Lindsay wanting to try and bang a ghost on Haunter? Is this person's name Cutscene Skipper? Yes. That's amazing. Some people with like their witty names are good. Like I've seen a few different viewing cutscene names. But I like that one. Cutscene Skipper. Let's turn my tank stance off so I'm not aggroing the overworld. Alright, to Bent Branch Meadows. Gia Malco.
Wait, so I have to like swim around? Wait.
What are we waiting?
So do I have to like swim under the water here and like...
Are you looking for an item that's in the water?
I have to find the first statue, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to dive, and then if you're underwater and it's still not showing up, you might actually be above it, because there's like underground or underwater temple that you have to get inside.
An underwater temple. I see like a stone archway anyway.
Yeah, and you have to get inside that temple to find these statues.
But what do I do?
You
He
just have
still also has a weird exclamation mark above her, like a blue circle.
What? A message from Commander Heloy, you say? The Sylph leader has vanished. Worry not, friend. The Wood Whalers have eyes under every leaf, behind every branch. If the Elder is anywhere in these forests, we shall find him.
Was I supposed to be paying attention when she was going over the lore of the snake or whatever?
Probably. I think you can talk to her again and she'll re-give you all the lore.
I was listening to you fucking talk.
I'm
and I
sorry.
was like, oh, who cares about the lore of this fucking snake of this ancient civilization, right?
Well, that's your fault, bud. You can also, there's like 4 different statues down there. You can probably just interact with each one, I think, until it...
I found 2, and I couldn't interact with them.
You might have to find the correct one, then.
If the music wasn't so goddamn good in this area, I'd already be annoyed.
Bridget says you would be better off to listen to her again.
Oh, I was halfway to her, and then you were like, you can just interact with the statue, so I dove down again.
I'm sorry. Bridget says write it down if you need to. Bridget, like, takes notes during this game.
Wow.
Begrudgingly, she takes notes. Because she'll be like, I should write this down. And then, like, I can hear her huffing and puffing as she's grabbing a notebook and a pen.
I found the statue of the snake. I'm gonna put my palm on it and see if it kills me.
Okay.
I sense a stir somewhere else in the lake.
You have to interact with the statues in order. I'm sorry, but I must insist that you... Oh, an adventurer, and a rather seasoned-looking one besides. On the off chance you're not simply here to gawp, perhaps you can lend us a hand. You see, despite the fervent protestations of those Duskwights over there, we cannot permit civilians within the ruins at this time. Capable men and women like you, on the other hand, are more than welcome. That is, if you've got the stones for it. Pray seek out the others stationed at Quarry Mill. They can apprise you of the details. But first, let me take a selfie. Tell me I'm not the only person who does that. Whenever they say, like, the start of a line or a lyric, they finish the lyric.
No, yeah. I definitely do that, man.
Yeah.
Do I have to go back and hit the serpent again? I should have realized it's in the order of the monk things.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's fucking serpent, opo, and
Coral? Opo. I always... You said it the right way. In my head, I always say opopopo.
Wait, did I do it wrong? What?
That
I
glint
could
in your
totally
eye.
just go talk to her again, but...
Bridget says you shouldn't have to go and hit them all again. She just knows the snake is first. You're no stranger to violence, are ye? Got a job for a hard lass like ye, I have. Run along to the river east of here, and gut me 3 smallmouth Orbon, will ye? They've been gobbling down all the fishies that Buscarin serves us for our dinners, and we can't have that now, can we? Come back to me dirtied up with fish guts, and I'll see you're treated like a proper Truthers regular. You look to be a doughty sort. Perhaps I could trouble you with a task. Recently I shared a flagon with a merchant from Ulda who regaled me with her tales of danger from the road. Worst of all, as she had it, was the ferocious beast that nigh gored her within an illum of her life just when she thought she'd searched the forest's safe embraces. What manner of beast, you say? You'll not believe this, but it was an antelope. Yes, I doubted mine own ears when I heard the tale, but 'twould seem a most ill-tempered strain of the beast roams the lands south of the Druthers of late. You might recognize them by the scars they bear from frenzied battles with man and fellow beast alike. Ah, one last thing. I would give you this freshly made bowl of sparhawk egg to aid you in your sparhawk egg soup to aid you in your battle. You may chuckle, but the spices contained within are known to sap the energy of these plant-eating beasts. Now go carefully, and don't let those doe eyes lull you into a false sense of security, lest the next ale you down spill freely from the myriad of holes in your body. Interesting. Well met, adventurer. We have the finest grog and grub this side of... Eh? You're not here to fill your belly, then? Ah, hunger for news, is it? Aye, there's been talk of a sylph lurking hereabouts, but I couldn't rightly say if it be the elder you seek. Those woodland scamps all look alike, short of painting one red and another one blue. Most folk would struggle to tell two of them apart. If you've the time, mayhap you could stay a while, and see what the gods have in store. Good job. You never know, you might even stumble across this sylph elder yourself. No word on the sylph elder yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. In the meantime, how about doing a favor for old Buscarin in return? Right, then let's put you to work. There's a customer outside who's spoiling for a fight, and I need you to cool him off for me. No need to go cracking any skulls, though. Just take this tub of cold water and douse the drunkard. Tends to do the trick. My patrons can swill grog all night, and carouse loud enough to wake the dead if they wish. But as soon as it turns violent, I've got to put my boot down. Alright, I'll splash some water on a patron of yours. What are you staring at? You want to keep them eyes on your face? You're Nuffica's teats, that's cold. What do you mean, no fighting? This Duskwhite scum was... Yeah, I know the rules. That bastard gets to keep his skin for now. I don't know how I didn't pick it up on it the first time I was playing this game, but the people of Gridania are so freaking racist. Nicely done, Morrighan. I'll not have my patrons picking fights with each other over a bit of petty prejudice, but that's not prejudice, that's full-blown racism. In case you didn't see, the bloke who caught the brunt of that outburst is a Duskwhite Ellison. There are people who shun cities to live in the wilds, making them no better than brigands in the eyes of many. To be fair, the Duskwhites can be an unruly lot, but they ain't so bad once you get to know them, and it didn't seem right to bar a whole race of people from the Juthers for the misdeeds of a few. There should be at least one place where anyone willing to pay the coin and drink can... Wait. Where anyone willing to pay the coin and drink in peace is welcome, don't you think? That was a weird sentence to me. I appreciate all the good you've done for our patrons. If you aren't disinclined, I have a favor of my own to ask you. There's a Kurgan friend of mine, you see, name of Tetaroon. A good lad. It was right after the calamity that I came across him fallen in the shroud. He nearly died in all the havoc, so I took him in and nursed him back to health best I could. He worked here at my Druthers for a spell after that. Got to talking about striking out on his own, he did. And not long after, he cast his lot with a merchant bound for Lanosia. Well, it just so happens I got to cleaning up around here and came across something of his. This scarlet earring. I know he was fond of the thing, but he must have forgotten it when he left, so I'd like you to see that it gets to him. Can't say for sure where he ended up, but might be a friend of mine can. A Rogadan fellow named Bainsing. You can find him on Hawker's Alley in Limsa Lominsa. He knows everything of the comings and goings of merchants there.
Take the earring and hawk it, dude.
Right? Yeah, Buscarin, we totally gave that earring to your friend. Definitely was a Kigern, yep. That's who we gave the earring to.
Wait, no, I'm going the wrong way. Damn it, Caleb, why didn't you tell me?
You didn't let me know what you were doing. How am I supposed to tell you you're going the wrong way when I don't even know that you're going away?
Well, I just turned southwest. That's right?
Absolutely, maybe.
Okay.
So there's a mark on your map, Matt.
There's like a million marks.
Bridget says we shouldn't hawk it because we'll get more from the quest in the ring.
Maybe,
and I think she doesn't understand the whole...
You just gotta haggle.
And then we get double, because we get the request reward and the money for the ring.
Yeah, you just tell him, yeah, I found him, he got it. And then you never see him again, so they don't know that you lied.
Yeah.
It's like Bridget's never committed a crime before.
I feel like Folly has not. I feel like Folly would be like that one in the friend group who is like, yeah, totally, let's go do this thing. And then, like, as it gets closer and closer, she's like, I got something else I gotta go do.
There's a chance this is a voice-acted cutscene? It's
Okay. To the adventurers, merchants, and laborers that come here to partake in the fine ale and fine company, the Druthers is like a second home, even an only home to the more unfortunate. Bridget says Folly has not committed a crime. We'd be fools not to avail ourselves of the protection of wood whalers in the God's Quiver, but there lies a special satisfaction in defending one's own home. You've done us all proud today, friend. You know I try.
I think I'm coming up on a dungeon.
You should have a duty before the dungeon. Take care of them Morrighan, did you? Reckon I'll be tucking into a bowl of river trout afore long, then. Or a nice bit of pike, perhaps.
Duty before the dungeon? What do you mean?
Like an instance?
Oh.
Yeah. Old Buscarin, you know, he's always done right by me. No matter what I might have gotten up to back in the day. So I don't take kindly to them as would make trouble for him, even if they're fish. You seem like a trustworthy sort, and I can see you've got some skills from your work as an adventurer. Let's see you put 'em to work for the old man, eh? This tavern is sheltered by the shroud, imparting a sense of peace and tranquility to all within. It is for this reason, as much as Buscarin's ale and yarns of adventurer, that wayfarers from across the realm find respite at these tables. But the protection of the forest is not to be taken for granted. No, we must respect and honor the trees. Only in doing so will they do the same for us. And so I would ask you to perform a simple task. You are to make an offering to one of the forest's fallen guardians. Not far from here lies the withered remains of a treant who perished protecting the forest it so loved. Obtain the umbels of 4 antelope does and 2 freshly plucked kedtrap petals, then place them before the treant. After the offering has been made, kneel and bow your head in deference. I can promise you that when you arise, you will do so with a newfound understanding of the significance of my words. Bridget says yes, there is an instance before the next dungeon. Been taking me advice on putting your skills to work at the Truthers, have you? Now that's what I like to see from a strapping young lass. Well, tighten your bootstraps, because I've got another job for you. Was down in a pint of Buscarin's finest the other day when I heard that the Kiggern are hoarding stashes of poison round these parts. Can't say for sure what they're up to, but it can't be nothing good. What say you take these fire pots here and go blow up the whole bleeding lot? What say you? Hail, friend, would you fancy a flagon of ale, or perhaps... Ah, an adventurer! I can scarce believe my fortune. I was looking for someone who might assist me in checking on the welfare of a couple of regulars. To be precise, I'm looking for an expedition team poking around in the ruins of Isamhar, due south of here. They usually turn up at the Druthers every few days, covered in dust and hungering for a hot meal, but they've not been in for nigh on a week. Could well be that they're simply occupied with scholarly business, but they'd be running low on supplies by now, and that concerns me. Please pay them a visit at the ruins and see if aught's amiss. You're looking for one by the name of Iriel. By the way, I forgot the other one's name. Okay. Let's get these antelope does.
That was a surprise. That was a surprising voice acting cutscene.
That's fair.
You stole a fight with a cool bunny girl.
Oh. Yeah, when you're still got her like Matrixy like scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bridget had pastries and ice cream for lunch.
That sounds
No.
like pretty good lunch.
Pastries and cream for lunch.
Cream? Like heavy cream? Or like
She just had
whipped
a
cream?
jug of heavy cream.
I mean, heavy cream's pretty good. I could see it.
I'm waiting for her to actually correct us. So I'll fill you in on what it was in just a second. Yes, may I help you with something? Oh, Yeon was concerned for our well-being. How positively sweet of her. But as you can see, we are both quite hale and decidedly not deceased. We did, however, encounter certain yogurt, is what she had.
Wow.
Who calls yogurt cream?
That is an interesting word for it.
When a veritable legion, I mean, it's not wrong, technically. Legion of Chigos burst forth from the depths of the pit. Your timing is impeccable, as we have only just succeeded in clambering out. In fact,
I mean, I guess yesterday I did say someone ate my lunch.
they were
TNT,
coming
so-
for your lunch. I have to slay 5 Chigos. Ah, you are an adventurer, are you not? Tell me, have you any experience in the field of relic hunting? I am currently attempting to catalog all of the artifacts in this area. You see, but I am finding the task rather time-consuming than I had initially anticipated. I am all but convinced that we stand in what was once Gelmora's residential district. Alas, I have yet to recover a sufficiency of domestic objects to confirm my theory. Should you happen upon any such items while wandering the area, I would be most grateful if you'd bring them back to me. I hate when it has like 2 words on the next little thing over. It really messes up the pacing. She doesn't know why she called yogurt cream.
Ooh, level up on the fucking Reaper. What is this ability?
What level are you now?
76. Oh, dying. 76.
Nice.
I got Gluttony. Summons your avatar to deal unaspected damage to the target and all nearby enemies with a potency of 500 for the first enemy and 25% for less for all remaining enemies. Grants 2 stacks of Soul Reaver. I don't even know what Soul Reaver is.
I don't think you have any abilities that use Soul Reaver yet. No, you should actually.
No, yeah, can only be executed while under the effect of Soul Reaver. It's how I cast Gibbet and Gallows and shit and Guillotine. The
Yeah.
ones that you normally have to cast Bloodstock or Grimsworn or from. I don't know. I'll try out the ability sometime.
Maybe someday. Bridget has been considering and kicking around picking up Reaper.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Not that I know what I'm doing with him. I just know that like basic ass little baby combo.
I mean, that's a lot of what it is, though. Back so soon? Are you quite certain you exercise the appropriate amount of care and delicacy in your search? These artifacts are hundreds of years old. Never mind, show me what you found. Here, I found 8 muddy potsherds. Yes, these are most certainly examples of Gelmoran tableware. Judging by the shape and ornamentation, they appear to be cups of the kind once used to serve herbal infusions, or possibly vegetable broth. Perfect. My work here is far from done, but this discovery brings me one tantalizing step closer to realizing my dream. Bridget has to go back to work.
Oh.
And she says both of us should enjoy 14. We will do our best.
I'm definitely enjoying this at the moment. Who knew that Shadowbringers was a really good expansion?
I've been telling you. The internet has been
Internet
telling you.
has been talking about it for before I even ever played 14.
Yeah. Gridanians have long perceived my people as outcasts and brigands. Yet if we Duskwights can return a measure of prosperity to this fallen city, we would no longer need to resort to common theft or banditry in order to make ends meet. Imagine it. But I am rambling. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. My, that was a marvelous work, adventurer. Many thanks. Perhaps now we might return to our research in relative peace. Oh, the ruins you can see down there are part of the ancient subterranean city known as Gelmora. For dusk-white Elizans such as ourselves, it represents a valuable and unexpected opportunity to learn more about the settlement where our ancestors once dwelled. Yet, as fascinating as these ruins are, I do believe I have had my fill of the inside of the whole for the time being. At any rate, you can assure Yoni that the two of us, particularly my brother, are quite well and will soon be able to partake in Buscarin's finest meat and mead. Well, if you insist. Thank you, friend. Buscarin might come off as a rough-hoon to strangers, but I tell you, he'd be right devastated were anything to happen to one of his regulars. What's that? Ariel assures me that her brother is in fine fettle as well? Why, I have not the slightest idea of whom she speaks, nor why that would concern me. Oh, I want to know the goss there. What's the tea? And is the tea juicy? Ah, here's the withered tree ant. And now we must kneel. Well met, adventurer. I take it you have come to learn more of the recent happenings at Isambhar. The site is of interest owing to the Gelmoran ruins, Gelmora being an underground city which predates Gridania, in case you were unaware. Any road, a few days past, we received reports from several anthropogeographers that a magical gateway of some sort had appeared in the ruins, and that all manner of creatures were coming and going through. My men and I were among the first to examine it, and well, it's hard to explain. We crossed the threshold into a set of corridors we'd never seen before, and suddenly, each and every one of us was filled with an inexplicable sense of dread. It was all I could do to take even a single step according to E. Una Kotor, who accompanied us. The ruins are warded with powerful magics that sap the spirits and ether of all who enter, rendering them easy prey for the creatures within. Thankfully, we managed to devise a solution. Aetherpool arms and armor, which safeguard and channel the wielder's energies that they might withstand the ruins' magics. Unfortunately, it does little to prevent us from losing our way, though it beggars belief every time we have dared venture into the ruins, we have found the path to be changed. We suspect this too may be the work of an unfathomably powerful mage. Needless to say, something strange is afoot, and traditional tactics are not like to suffice. Even experienced adventurers will need to proceed with caution. In any event, if you believe you have what it takes to brave the ruins and discover what secrets lie in its deepest depths, you need but say the word.
Dude, there's a Mighty Nine book coming out called The Mighty Nine: The Nine Eyes of Lucian.
Yep.
And it's going to be narrated by Robbie.
Yep.
That's sick.
I'm excited for it. I still need to finish the Vex and Vax book. What level is this quest? Yeah, no, those are for later.
Fucking apparently Call of Duty Warzone is going to add proximity chat so you can talk to the people you're fighting or killed or whatever, and that just sounds so toxic.
Right? There's something else that's adding it too.
I honestly kind of wish Apex would add it so I want that toxicity.
You're so weird.
Dude, oh my god, I was playing Apex last night. Well, 2 nights ago, but yesterday for me, sleep schedules are weird, but I was playing Apex at one point, right? And I was in this fight, and it was like super early. We hot dropped, and I saw someone who was downed, and I was like, oh, well, let's just kill him real quick. So I unloaded a clip into them, and it didn't look like it did any damage. I was like, what the hell? So I reload, and I unload another clip into them, and it doesn't do anything. And so I run up to the person, and I unload a third clip. And then all of a sudden in voice chat, some dude goes, yo, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, oh, so my teammate's mad that I'm not doing something they want me to do. But I'm going to kill this guy. Why isn't it working? So I unload another clip into them. And he goes, what the fuck are you doing? Just res me. And then I realized it was my teammate. And I was just wasting ammo into my teammate's body that you can't deal damage to because there's no friendly fire. And so I rezzed him, and as I'm rezzing him, he goes, dude, have you ever fucking played this game before? Jesus Christ. And then we got jumped and insta-died.
You should have said, yeah, I've played it a lot.
I'm so confused.
The sad part is it took you that long to realize it.
Well, so when you hot drop, it's so chaotic. I'm always in a state of panic. And so I was just like, something's like, my game's lagging or something because I'm watching a stream at the same time. It's not working. I just need to keep trying before his team shows up and kills me. It was ridiculous.
What? I just discovered on accident that the alehouse wench in Buscarin's Druthers, whatever, in the South Shroud, if you talk to her, you can buy stuff from her.
Oh.
Yeah, the poison stashes are no more, you say. Good, lass, your next pint will be on me. We're at my Druthers. I'd grab those Kurgan one by one and string them up by their ratty ears. But old man Buscarin won't have none of that. Says each battle we forego now saves us one down the road, and to tell the truth, I'm starting to come around on his ways. And she's an adorable little coat. Alright, it's time for me to go to Hawker's Alley. I'm just going to return. That'll save me money, because Limsa is my home.
Holy shit, these bunny chicks live 3 times the lifetimes of elves?
Bunny girls never die. While everybody who mourned Imani's death will be long and gone, the bunny people will still be there remembering.
Well, but the bunny people are going to mourn Imani's death, so that won't be the case. Right?
Yeah, but I said when the other people who mourned Imani's death are dead and gone.
Oh.
You found your way to Arker's Alley, friend. A Kiggern that worked at the Druthers. Ah, ye speak of Tetaroon. Related to the Kilcuroon bloke just over there by some blood or another. Two of 'em putting together and were making good coin. But old Tetaroon up and left Limsa not long ago. Couldn't say as to why or where. You're better off asking Kilcuroon himself. He can be tight of lip, though I warn you. Best to take this chicken egg with you. Lil bastard loves the bloody things. Heh, good to hear about old Boosk, though. Sounds as though he ain't changed a bit. Just like him to send a venturer along. Too shy to come his own self. Gods, I miss drinking with that fool. Hello, Kilcuroon.
Dude, you were talking as they asked what we were looking for, and so Imani started just doing that. You know, they do the hand thing, and
Yeah.
they don't actually say anything, but it sounded like you were voice acting what Imani was saying, just bringing up absolute gibberish in context in this weird voice. What brought you to this area of the Greatwood, and why do you have the seal? Well, see, we made it down to Hawker's Alley, and
I mean, I feel like in certain situations Imani would totally do that. Customer be welcome. Not customer? Not come with custom? Kilcuroon busy with business. Too busy for blather. That's like a horrible Yoda impression. Chicken egg! Kilcuroon love chicken egg. Love chicken egg more than love customer. Looking for Tetaroon. Tetaroon no here no more. Tetaroon leave Limsa. Tetaroon go look for Sparklies. Now working at Trading Post. Good Trading Post. Forget where Trading Post is. Weinberg no Tetaru. Weinberg no Trading Post. Weinberg at Ferry Docks. You go to Ferry Docks. Kilcuroon forget things. Weinberg remember things. You talk to Weinberg, not Kilcuroon. To the docks. I had to teleport quickly. I just saw my twin. Well, at least we were wearing the same outfit. They were a human dude, not a bunny girl. Tetaroon? Aye, I seen him. That is to say, I saw him. He was headed somewhere up north, by the way, a ferry to Ailport. Might as well head there and see what you can suss out. The skipper here can take you there. When you arrive, I'd start by asking Alfot. He's an old hand that knows a great deal about a great many things. To Ailport. The ferry is bound for Ailport. Are you riding with us? For 40 gil? Yeah.
dude, why are all the fucking Vieira in this little village hot as shit?
Because they're bunny girls.
Well, I normally am not into that, but they're not normal looking ones.
It's their
Some of them.
voice acting for some of them that gets me.
Well, it's also most of the Vieira have like rounder anime faces, and the ones here have very angular, awesome. It's not all of them, but
Tetaroon. Aye, I saw him. That is to say, I seen him. Why do they all say that? He took himself north through Skull Valley into Oakwood. Was looking for a place run by his fellow Kurgan. I reckon he meant the one right on the shore of Bronze Lake. Memaroon's trading post. Follow the road and you're sure to find it. Okay. I'll just take my bike.
Excited! I'm gonna go play a course on the res tomorrow that I haven't played before.
Oh,
It's a full par 72.
dang. Customer be welcome. Not customer, not come with custom. Bring something for Tetaroon. I did, your scarlet earring. Tetaroon forgot this. Forgot a druthers. Tetaroon swore would never forget earring. But never forgot. Tetaroon think. Good Buscarin doing good? Good Buscarin good to Tetaroon. Tetaroon miss good Buscarin. Gegaroon has good goods. Good goods need delivery, but Gegaroon busy. Too busy. Have hotbox lunch. Kigern hotbox lunch. Lunch for Tonga Tonga. Tonga Tonga and Thalos. You take for Gegaroon. Good Buscarin help Tetaroon. Tetaroon dead without good Buscarin. Must give thankies. Many thankies. Tetaroon make Kigern firewater for Buscarin. Buscarin love firewater. You help Tetaroon make firewater? Need thingies to make. Need many thingies. Need curl pup whiskers. Need 3 good curl pup whiskers. Alright, let's kill this fate because I'm tired of hearing the music.
I think I've done like 20 MSQs today.
Dang. You have been making quite a bit of progress. Leave me be. I'm too hungry to continue my research, let alone receive visitors. But your hotbox lunch. This is a Kigern hotbox lunch from Mimiroon's trading post. How did you? Thank you, friend. At last I will be able to hear myself think over the growling of my stomach. I was so eager to come study the fossils I never gave any thought to how I'd take my meals. I've neither the time nor the materials to cook on my own, so the trading post has been a godsend. I'm always happy to be on the receiving end of a nice hot box lunch. I know it's no easy thing making your way out to where I am. I could use someone like you around here. How would you like to aid in my excavation? I do what I can on my own, but I need someone to brave the more dangerous places, such as atop the bones themselves. Set out in my place and see what fossils there are to be found. If possible, I would prefer a variety of specimens.
Oh, do you think I can do a hunt by myself that's 4 levels higher than me?
What is the color next to the name?
Light.
It's gonna be a grind. I'm not convinced you could do it as your Reaper.
What if I switch to Paladin?
I think you could do as Paladin. I think if you are following your rotation pretty well, it'll still be a grind, but I think you can do it.
The enemies in this forest area are like techie boxes. What the hell?
Yeah.
Whoa, it's 1:30?
Yeah.
What in the world?
Do you need to be crashing soon?
I mean, I was like sitting here thinking I'm super tired, but I shouldn't be. It's not even like noon yet.
It's past noon?
Yeah, it is indeed. I feel a little better about being tired.
Good.
Yo, I'm in love with the fucking Forest song.
It's so good.
I wish you would have just told me that this fucking expansion was so dope, and the music was good, and the story was good.
I don't want to hear it, Matt. I don't want to hear it. You know I did. Trying to get people to come back to this game for a long time.
Can you imagine Ryan coming back now, though? He's like level 30 something.
No, he was in Heaven's Ward.
Oh, I was thinking of his Dark Knight. Or his Dark... What are they called?
Who?
What's the tank?
Dark Knight.
It is Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I was accidentally thinking of Batman or something.
Nope. Found something, have you? Come, let us have a look. I mean, I wish Ryan would come back.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen.
I don't think it's ever gonna happen. Ah, yes, these are fine specimens. These long, narrow bones likely belong to some sort of giant sea creature devoured by Thalos. From the looks of it, I'd say it was about the size of an adult gubu, all told. In this round fossil, well, I've developed a theory that it is the shell of a parasitic organism. I have found countless others like it concentrated near the remains. These are good finds, my friend. Both are testaments to the sheer enormity of Thalos. Ah, forgive me. We scholars tend to assume all know as much of our subject matter as we do. Do you know the tale of Thalos? It is said Limlane summoned the massive serpent upon the primordial dry, and from its belly it spewed forth the waters which became the seas. We have no proof the remains that lie here are the Thalos. Indeed, whatever beast this was first came to be called that by virtue of its size alone. But I, for one, now dare to believe it just may be that these bones are those of the divine serpent that brought life into this world.
Well, I am gonna bounce.
That's fair. I appreciate you hanging out for as long as you did. I honestly didn't expect it. I was mostly just kind of thinking you were going to do a roulette with me and then bounce.
Yeah.
But if you're on later tonight and you reach the next dungeon and Bridget and I are on, we'll run it. I will run it with you, and she probably will too.
Sick. That sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your stream.
Thank you.
I'll catch you around.
Yep, get some good rest.
All right. Peace.
Peace. All right. Well, now you're all back to just me. Hopefully I'm enough. Got some coral pups to kill. And there's the third one. So let's hop on our motorcycle. Wow. Those are in South Shroud, so I should kill those while I'm there. North Shroud. Southern Thanolin. North Shroud. Eastern Thanolin. Where am I going? The wrong way. I was too busy looking at my book. Teteroon. Teteroon make fire water for Buscarin. You bring thingies Teteroon need? I did bring thingies Teteroon need. You brought all thingies! Teteroon make fire water now. Make good fire water for good Buscaroon. Teteroon start making fire water now. Good fire water take time, more good. You come back later. Teteroon make fire water, good fire water. You take the Buscaroon. Good fire water for good Buscaroon. Teteroon hopes Buscaroon happy. Teteroon give Buscaroon thankies. Many thankies. You tell Buscaroon. Teteroon make big shop someday. Biggest shop in Eorzea. Make many sparklies. All thanks to good Buscaroon. Okay, where's the ferry skipper? We're gonna sail across the ocean or the lake so that we can collect the aetheryte over here. And then I'm gonna take a short break to go to the bathroom. And we're collecting this aetheryte because I feel like my warrior quests are gonna bring me here. We will talk to this Chocobo Keep too. Not the Hunter Scholar. Although actually, wait. Oh, stop. Stop! That's cool. Okay, so now we'll teleport to South Shroud. I didn't attune to the crystal. That's annoying. I'm so good at doing that. It's not attuning to the crystal when I need to. Okay, I will be right back though. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Okay, and we are back. With unfortunately a long ride. I guess it's not a long ride. It's just annoying enough to have to do it. It could definitely be worse. music. So good. Ah, you've returned. Thank you for seeing Teteruin's belongings to him. What's this? For me? Tigern Firewater. So he remembers my fondness for the drink, does he? Why that old... bloody hells. Who's cutting onions back there? He says to shelve it for a year, does he? Aye, that sounds about right. I hate to have to wait, but I reckon it'll be worth it. This stuff has an aroma and body unlike any other drink I know. It's going to be a long year. What say you come back then, friend? We'll see if we can make it through this bottle together. If Buscarin had his druthers, he'd have an adventurer with whom to share talk of sylphs. There was word while you were away. Sylphs were seen in the wood, but near no lands of their own. No, this was a place near to here. A place we've never known a sylph to come. Something must have given them cause to venture this far. More than like, the missing sylph elders among them. Here, I've marked the tract where they were sighted on your map. Go see if there's anything to be seen. Hostile presence, and it's a third cohort Decurion. Oh, there's nothing with that one. Okay. Nothing with that one either. Course. Should have went around the back of the stump. I mean, it's all the same, but... There we go. There it is. Here. Get beaten up. And now since we're like right here. It's actually attune to the crystal. No, don't return. So somewhere around here should be the red bellies. They might be over on that side actually. I'm just figuring since we're like right here, we might as well hit them. Let's just ride right through the goblins. Not the curl of claws. Oh, I want to talk about it. They're over this way. Looked like a solid wall there for a while. I mean, we got the red belly hive right here. Ooh, this was a mistake. This was a mistake. This was a That was a mistake. It's a good thing we attuned to that aetherite. I needed healing and there wasn't any healing coming. Let's also plug this in before it dies. Where is my hotbar? There it is. Nope, 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 not there. South Shroud. Let's just go find a couple more larceners, like right over here. We won't even worry about that fate. Oh, they stunned me. That's no good. Come here, you. Let's pull you away from your friends a little bit, just to make it a little easier. So was there aught to be found in the wood? What did you come to? Garleans? In this part of the Twelves Wood? First sylphs, and now Garleans, and all in the same place. It cannot be mere coincidence. Might the Garleans be following the sylphs? Tracking them or giving chase, mayhaps? But no, not this far into the forest. The whaler spires are everywhere. Imperials could never have stolen past them all. How in the bloody hells could they? Unless someone guided them through. Someone who knew where the spires stand. And when the whalers watch, a Gridanian traitor. Dun dun dun. glad you've come, friend. There's something I want to talk to you about. You know I said I thought we might have traitors in our midst. Someone as was aiding the Garleans? Well, I'm thinking I may have identified our suspect. There's a regular of mine who used to dine on Vin's soup and sip his pint on account of not being able to afford another, but of late he's taken to ordering my best wines and the finest cuts of meats I can lay my hands on. Were he a merchant, I'd probably think nothing of it, but this lad's a wood whaler. And wood whalers don't earn that kind of coin. By chance, I was musing on where the money was coming from when you first told me about the Garleans in the forest, and I couldn't help but putting two and two together. Suffice it to say, if a whaler's working for the Empire, none of us is safe. The lad I'm talking about goes by the name of Laurentius. Last I heard, he was in the South Shroud. Find him, Morrighan, and if he is up to no good, put an end to it, and him if it comes to that. Oh, and you have a quest for me. Your word of Garleans in the woods got old Buscarin beside himself with worry. So I came up with a bit of an idea, I did. Might be you heard, there's a place near to here where poachers and all other manner of scum gather. They're no friends of Gridania to be sure, but they're even less love for Garlemald. So I got to thinking, why not ask him to keep an eye on any Garleans in the wood? Enemy of my enemy and all that. Well, if you insist, bud. Can you not see I am on patrol? Begone! If you have business with the whalers, take it to the barracks. Not long now. To think patrol routes and rations would fetch such a price. No more than I deserve, though. 'Tis little wonder the Empire has risen to such heights. If only the whalers paid men their worth. You! What did you... How long have you... Help! 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 Please, come quick, my friends. It is I, Laurentius. I am under attack. How did you? You just... I know nothing. I was on patrol. He just appeared. I thought you were working for the Garleans. Yeah, it's a lie, and you know it, you piece of work. How long do you mean to keep this up? What is it you've imagined I've done? Enough! Enough, I say! It's over then. I sold maps and rations to the Empire. It was I. I meant no harm. No harm. I only wanted the coin. The whalers are good. Strong, I was proud to join their ranks. Am proud. But they do not provide. They preach justice, honor, duty. But in the end, it is those with money who do as they will, who live as they will. So I sought an opportunity to change my fortunes, and took it. All I've done for money. Endangered myself, my home, everything and everyone I love. Why, my actions have put your life in danger too. Though you do not yet realize how much... Bloody idiot. Did you imagine that you had me cornered? It is not I who was cornered. Garleans, I've brought the Vieira bitch. Permit me a question, if you will. Are you all adventurers so deluded as to believe they can challenge the power of Garlemald? You would need a veritable mountain of gil to fund such an endeavor. Such is the cost of fighting great power, or of making it, or of remaking it as we will Gridania. So that's the way of it. Swapped your hard bunk at the barracks for a feather bed in Garlemald, did ya? He spit, so I had to pretend to. You there, Viera. You stand here at Old Busk's wish, no? Then you don't stand alone. Legless Laurentius. After these trees drink your blood, I will see to it they are cut down. If this is a fight Buskarin wants won, then the Curliclaws will fight it. Come on, everyone. With all of us focusing on him together, there is not aught that we can do. How has it come to this? Well, pretty easy, buddy. Impossible! How did you best the Empire's finest, and with bandits and poachers at your side? They are your sworn enemies. Why do they fight with you and not against you? Ah, but I know the answer only too well. Buskarin. This is his doing. His words are wont to inspire men to act, better men than I. Gods, what have I become? What have I done? I am sorry. No more will I pursue this folly. No more lies. No more bribes. I will go to the Order of the Twin Adder and confess my crimes. There is something I would like you to tell Buskarin. Tell him Laurentius, the fool, says thank you. I feel as though a veil has been lifted from before my eyes. Alright, let's head on our way back. We got another quest to detour to real quick. To turn in back there. Whoops. Hello, Curlicop Poster. Buskarin is worried by Garleans in the wood, is he? Then the situation must be dire. Very well. I will see to it any Imperials are watched with a close eye. By the by, you are the Viera making a name for herself of late, are you not? It is good to finally put a face to the name. Now let's go talk to the Red Belly. Here you are. Garleans in the wood? Buskarin would not lie of such things, nor, I think, would you. Worry not, the wasps are watching. Tell me, are you the warrior rumors speak of? Aye, I suspected as much. Many wasps are looking forward to the day they cross paths with you, myself included. Until then, friend. Sure has the hospitality of our enemies. Left a sour taste in your mouth, did it? Pity that. They have no respect for land or law, but they're not without their uses. Now they know who you are, and that you ain't scared of them. Your name's getting known of late, for better or worse. A lot of folk taking an interest in you. Thought it best if you went looking for them before they came looking for you. Well, I mean, when you put it that way. Aye, Lawrence has confessed to his crimes. I just had word with the Twin Adder. Seems he marched straight into the nest and gave himself up. The lad's had quite a life, you know. His mother was killed by a brigand when he was only small. As a young man, he joined the Whalers, hoping to spare his fellow Gridanians the misery he'd known growing up. Trouble is, protecting Gridania is too big a job for one man, and he came to believe that he couldn't make a difference, that it was hopeless. There are few things more dangerous than desperation, and a man lost in the dark is easily drawn to the glimmer of coin. I reckon he thought that if he couldn't change the lot of his fellow man, he might as well change his own. Thing is, he was making a difference, just not on his own somehow. He'd failed to grasp one simple truth, that those things we cannot do alone, we must do together. He asked you to thank me, did he? Then there's good in him yet. I just hope them at the Adder's Nest are able to see it. What he's done ain't easy to forgive, but I'd like to think he'd be afforded a chance to make amends. But let us leave fates to the 12. I have other news for you, Morrighan. The Sylph Elder has been found. It's taken us a fair old while, but we finally got our hands on some reliable information concerning the whereabouts of your missing green friend. Ahem. His name is Phrixio, and he is the eldest among the Sylphs of Little Solace. Long has he represented his kind in dialogue with the Gridanians. Yes, he's like a bridge between us and them, a small leafy green bridge that we can find at the moment. And bridges are no use if you don't know where they are. That's why it's so important that we find him. There's an abandoned dungeon called the Thousand Maws of Totterrock here in the South Shroud. It was by the entrance to the place that Phrixio has seen. And not long ago, neither. If you hurry, I reckon you'll find him. Walking ones, please help this one. This one needs help. Needs help to help Elder One. Poor Phrixio. Poor Phrixio. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold your chocobos. Take a deep breath and tell us what's wrong. Nice and slow. Elder One went into Totterrock, but has not returned. This one is worried. So very worried. And you're right to be. The place fair crawls with nasties waiting to make a meal of anyone daft enough to wander in. What in the seven hells was he thinking, entering that bloody death trap? Elder One had no choice. Imperial ones were chasing Elder One. Please, walking ones must help Elder One. Help Elder One now. The fates conspire against us. Forgive my pragmatism, but Phrixio is our best hope of reaching an accord with the Sylphs. Were we to lose him, all our efforts thus far will have been for naught. I will tend to her wounds, Ida. Make haste to the Adder's Nest and request assistance. Understood. Morrighan, go to the Thousand Maws of Totterrock and see that Phrixio comes to no harm. Peace between man and sylphs rest upon your success. Okay. So with this dungeon, we're actually going to run this one with the Trust. For a very specific reason. This one has a cutscene at the end of it before the final boss. And sometimes people are impatient and will pull the final boss without you. So for our first time through where we're watching the cutscene, we're gonna do it with the Trust. By order of the Elder Seedseer, the dungeon known as the Thousand Maws of Totterrock has been placed under the control of... What? The Sylph Elder is inside, and you're sure of this? How in the seven hells did he manage to sneak by? God strike me down for a purblind fool. You must find the Sylph Elder before he falls prey to the fiends within. Entrance to Totterrock is ordinarily restricted, but these are exceptional circumstances. Pray assemble a rescue party, and enter as soon as you are ready. with a party of NPCs. Commence. The Thousand Maws of Todorok. Oh, let's pop tank stance. Alright, let's at least pull to the second group. You got this, Conjurer. I believe in you. I actually believe that was the wall. And it was. You got this. You're doing great, Conjurer. And our Lancer's doing the best that they can to nuke those enemies along with the Thaumaturge. The poison is no longer removable with Asuna in this dungeon. Wait, treasure chest. A Nighthawk visor. Is that better than what I currently have on? Yeah. I'll wear it. Wait. Just making sure, Okay. To the next pull. Conjurer? Conjurer? Damn. Why were they hung up back there? Because that's not a hard double pull. Okay. There we go. Now the cures are coming in. They just, for some reason, had lagged back a room. Onward! And there's that one. To the next wall. Actually, real quick, I think the Ascetic's Half Glove is for magic users. Yep. Just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing out on equipping some kind of thing. That would boost my stats through this dungeon. Ascetic's Half Robe. Get those cures incoming. Perfect. This pool's gonna go fine now. And we're on to the second boss. What do you got for me, Curl of Nine Tails? Here, let's give you some damage reduction. So what did we have today? We ran 3 dungeons. One of those was a roulette. One of them was an MSQ and one of them was an optional dungeon. Okay. At least we had dungeons to run. Oh, we're using a limit break. Okay. Oh, you come here. I have 3 different stacks of poison on me. Let's finish this box quickly. Warden's trousers. I think those are actually specifically for, yeah, the gladiators and stuff. Let's roll. Where's the conjurer? Okay, there we go. Gears are running in. Good job, Trust. Good job. These Warden's trousers are ugly, though, with my outfit. Conjurer, 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 I'm bringing them back to you so that I can be in range of your cures. Conjurer, Conjurer. There we go. Just spam your cure, please. Don't worry about DPS. The weapon I just got from that last chest is either a Dragoon weapon or a Marauder weapon. So I'm excited to see as soon as we kill these things. As we run to the final pull, Marauder, and it's better than what I got. Let's equip it. For the tiny little baby pool. And there. Mapping the realm. 1,000 Maws of Todorok. The wet feet noise is not... I don't like it.
Darkness.
The mighty slayer of Ifrit comes now to me. With a countenance that bespeaks understanding, and intriguing power the echo, I must needs choose my words with care.
Mayhap I might if I deign to speak in my guest crude tongue. We meet at last. I am Lahabrea of the Asians, servant to the one true God. Yours is a most fantastical tale, truly absorbing. It is a tale to tell Eorzea's children before bedtime, and it will soon be dark, bringer of light.
The Dark Minions.
All that stands between this world and darkness is an irksome anomaly in the ether. The Echo. Yes, yours is a most fascinating tale. Alas, like all good tales, it must needs come to an end. But fear not.
Boom, 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 boom.
Here,
presence of evil.
For the end of your tale is but the beginning of another. The tale of the crystal's demise.
Boom. All right. Let's kill Grapheus. Okay, cannot stun it, which is good to know. Oh, he could be slowed. I did not realize that. That makes me happy to know. Most of the time, bosses are immune to stuff like that. Alright, out of the poison. Come here. Come on. We're gonna hit that limit break and I want someone to use it. Come on, Lancer. LB! LB! Or Thaumaturge. Just someone use it. Ah. So what all did I get? Eternal Shade, Brigand's Leggings, Sort. Use that. Okay. Here we go. Oh, finally, fresh air. Oh, mayhap not so fresh, but better than before. Sinister One is gone. This one can leave this awful place. Did Walking One vanquish the many-legged one? This one is grateful to Walking One. I'm gonna change it up for a different old person voice. This one is called Frixio, eldest of those ones of little soulless. Oh, my head. Alpha Squad reporting, sir. Nothing of note at Lark's call, sir. Understood. Return to Area 12. Damn it all. Where is that accursed icon hiding? No sign of our wizened old friend. I'm afraid not, my lord. Shall I order that the search perimeter be expanded? Absolutely not. We risk alerting the Gridanians to our presence. His Excellency bid us avoid unnecessary confrontation. Loath though I am to admit it, I have found no evidence to suggest that Ramuh will be gracing the mortal realm in the near future. I ask you, what good is a god who does not grant one's wishes? Were I a sylph, I should strongly consider finding myself another idol. Which reminds me, what of the sylphs we captured? A handful of them seemed to be in reasonably good health when last I looked. Ah, apologies, my lord. I fear we may have been overzealous in our efforts to compel them to summon their icon. Really, Centurion? Were you not aware that vegetables bruise easily? It is well that I did not entrust you with the important task of making my dinner. Well, mayhap it was a kindness. Better dead in truth than dead to one's own god, I suppose, if you believe in such things. Dawn is upon us. Make ready to withdraw. Useless. We are so close to completion, I can fair taste it. But at this rate... No, I must be patient. Our efforts will bear fruit in due time. What was it you always said? Ah, yes. Though it mean bringing down the very heavens, who shall challenge the limits of possibility if not we? In that alone were you right, Garland. But your star is long fallen, while mine doth begin to rise, and it shall burn so bright, that Lord Van Baelsar's ultimate weapon will seem a mere candle beside it. Ah ha 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 ha. Those walking ones did for Noxia. This one is certain of it. This one fears that other taken ones also suffered the same fate. This one is convinced walking ones have black hearts, seek only to harm these ones. Walking ones are not to be trusted. Now, Noraxia, do not pass judgment too hastily. Not all walking ones are alike, though there are evil ones among the walking ones. There are good ones also. Does walking one feel unwell? This one would know what brings walking one to this place. You came to this one's rescue at Noraxia's bidding, then this one owes walking one a debt of gratitude. Walking one has questions about Lord Ramuh, then this one will provide answers. But first, let these ones quit this lightless place. This one will return to Little Solace. When walking one is ready, please come and see this one. These ones may speak properly then. Then it is settled. Let this one accompany walking one outside. Okay, so I think what we're going to do real quick, we're not going to turn this quest in. We'll turn it in next Friday. What we're going to do... Really? Okay. Okay. is we're going to do our level 35 warrior quest. So we're going to teleport to Costa del Sol. And then we're going to do the quest that allows us to get and use our chocobo in battle. And then we're going to end stream there. That way I can have my chocobo help me level Paladin. And then also so we don't have to spend part of next Friday doing multiple warrior quests. Because we're probably going to hit level 40 next Friday and we'll need to do the level 40 warrior quest. Curious George. Hello. Welcome back, my friend. I can see that you've not neglected your training. For my part, I fear that deciphering the ancient chronicle of my people is proving to be a much more demanding task than I had imagined. Mind you, it hasn't helped that I've been somewhat preoccupied of late. A comrade of mine from my days in the company of heroes asked me to do a favor, and it's taken me back and forth across the realm like some bloody fairy. I'm on a hunt for some mysterious feral beast that's been terrorizing small folk. People don't know where this monstrosity came from, but witnesses say its thirst for blood is unlike anything they've ever seen. Unfortunately, the time I have spent in pursuit of the beast is time I have not spent studying the chronicles, and I am sorry to say I have made little progress. However, while on the road I was able to decipher one passage that may be of interest to us both. From what I can gather, the chronicles tell of an ancient set of armor forged by my ancestors in the flames of the seven hells and inscribed with the same arcane incantations that adorn the soul of the warrior. It would seem that this mighty armor was passed down from hero to apprentice for centuries, until one man, driven by rage and vainglory, cast all 5 pieces from Abalathia's highest peak. Since that day, the armor has remained lost, and with it, the power that it harbors. As far as I can make out, the next passage in the Chronicle concerns the whereabouts of these missing artifacts, though I have only been able to make sense of the odd word thus far. Still, I must confess to some excitement. I imagine what a warrior clad in such garb could achieve. Ah, if only my brother were here. We could decipher the text together and spread the teachings of our people to the entire realm. Alas, he is not. His whereabouts are as hidden to me as those of the ancient armor. I would have liked you to meet him, if only so that you could have looked upon a true warrior. Well, perhaps you still shall. Eorzea is not as large as most people perceive. Paths cross, fates intertwine, such is the will of the spinner. It may be that my brother has chosen a similar path to mine, but I have rambled long enough. You are here to take the next step in your training, and so I shall oblige. In the southern reaches of Thanolin is the Sagali Desert, a god's forsaken wasteland of naught but sand that stretches as far as the eye can see. It is here that the Leviathan of the dunes lurk, a sandworm of gargantuan proportions. When facing this mammoth creature, you will soon realize that the feeble hacks and slashes of your puny axe are ill-suited to the task of felling such a foe. But do not let this dissuade you. Wake the slumbering beast within, and summon forth a strength that transcends the limits of your physical form. Mind you, first you'll have to find the beast, and that might prove a tall order in itself. The Yu tribe that inhabits Forgotten Springs is wise to the movements of the denizens of the desert. Should you want for guidance, I'd wager they could set you in the right direction. Okay. My question is, do we have the Southern Springs unlocked? Well, then we'll have to go Central Thanolin. I hope Central Thanolin has an exit to the Southern Thanolin. It does. Probably actually would have been quicker for me to teleport to freaking Uldaw instead. Oh well. Seven Phantoms over this way. What am I doing? I'm checking the map and like going to the spot straight there. Hey. I'm not going to do it. We're not going to get distracted. Even though we need like all of these, we're going to go right here real quick and attune to this crystal. And then we're going to head farther south. To the Sagali Desert. I mean, realistically, this is just saving us time later. Because we won't have to... We'll be able to just teleport straight to these places. Which, again, will save us a ton of time. Fire sprites. Hello, Flame Private. I appreciate it. That's the safest way to get here if you can't just teleport. Otherwise, you're riding through an area with like level 40 monsters. Let's talk to the Chocobo Peep. Chocobo Keep. And the crystal, let's not forget that. Alright, Ugaramolu. Ugaramuli. The Leviathan of the Dunes saw the fearsome bugger not a week ago, preying on a group of merchants south of Byragot's Strike. The smart ones dropped their wares, turned tail, and ran. The dumb ones, well, at least they can say they died rich. Aye, I've seen the beast. Stands 3 malms high, he does, and stirs up sandstorms with each writhe and wriggle. Showed up in my hunting field some years ago and has been swallowing up my would-be prey in that gaping maw of his ever since. Sandworms are particularly sensitive to vibrations in the earth, such as those made by running. If you're looking to summon one of the beasts, then I suggest you search for their tracks, then run about making as much of a clamor as possible. I would also suggest you seek a cure for your madness. Slay the giant sandworm in the Sagali Desert. That's the plan. Boom. How far this way do I have to go? Ooh, kind of ways. Okay. Okay, closed captions. I did not say I have to poop. I said, how far this way do I have to go? You both are annoying things right now. Report to Curious George. So back to Costa del Sol. Will-o'-the-wisp. Curious George. Ah, Morrighan, your crystal grows ever stronger. In felling the raging sandworm, the beast within you slowly but surely rouses to wakefulness. When next you do battle, methinks you will find yourself capable of movement heretofore unfamiliar to you. When you have mastered your new talents, return to me. In the meanwhile, I shall continue my study of the ancient texts. What do I get? Inner Beast. Hell yeah. You hear the whispers of the village ancestors. Beast gauge expanded. And that is a single target, if I remember correctly. Actually, that's probably fine where it's at. Yeah. Okay, now we're going to go to Bent Branch Meadows in Gridania. Oh, no. It's Southern Thanolin. Or South Shroud. That's right. Okay. It's a little more involved than I thought. That's not the way to go. We should be able to just run through everything. The treants might try and attack us, but that's gonna be okay. Even they aren't trying to attack us. They know better. Well, spoke too soon. The Stropers, on the other hand, they're gonna probably be a little feisty. But it's fine. It's fine. Chocobo Keep. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo portrait? Ah, do not tell me this is your first visit to this stop. I shall update my register with your name so that you may access this location in the future. Doket? Yep. The unmistakable smell of chocobo clings to you, adventurer. Would I be correct in assuming that you have your own trusty steed? Aye, I thought so. Now tell me, is your bird battle-trained? If not, you might consider seeking the advice of Luqualot over at Bent Branch Meadows. The Ishgardian native is something of a prodigy in all matters concerning our fine feathered friends. He should be able to help you attain greater affinity with your bird. Yep. Now we go to Bent Branch Meadows. Oh. Okay. Greetings, adventurer. Is there something you need? You wish to have your chocobo trained in combat. This is no small request you make. Riding your bird is one thing. Asking it to take hurts in your name is quite another. I will help train your chocobo, but on the promise that you will never unduly expose it to danger. Do I have your word? Very well. To begin, we will need a bunch of gisel greens. You have my leave to pick one from the fields yonder. Return here when you have it. Aye, aye, Luqualot. Have you acquired the greens? I have. Superb. Then we shall get straight to it. Doubtless you already know this, but chocobos are highly fond of gisel greens. They love the leafy vegetable so much, in fact, that they will completely forget their fears in the face of danger. Thus, by feeding your bird the greens, you can prevail upon it to fight beside you, and then, once called, it will be up to you to direct its actions as you see fit. You will find that your chocobo innately responds to a number of general commands. Give your bird an order and it will act accordingly, and to the best of its ability. This simple yet effective methodology was developed by the Four-Temps family, one of the foremost houses in Ishgard. And that concludes your lesson. Of course, it is not enough to merely hear about a practice. One must venture forth and attempt it oneself. Summon your chocobo with a bunch of gisselgreens, and together make your way to Sorrel Haven. The broods that prowl the area ought to be a suitable challenge for you and your companion. Put down 3 of them and return here. And lastly, by way of advice, I would recommend you keep an ample supply of gisselgreens on your person at all time. Our resident vendor will be able to provide you with as much as you can carry. Companion now available. Okay, so we go like this, we go like this, we go like that. We hop on our Fenrir. We go this way. Let's kill these birds real quick, because I'm crunching on time. There we go. I was like, are they all gone? Someone else must have just been doing this quest, or needed to kill broodses. because they are like all gone. And now they're all coming back, so. There we go. Now we gotta report to Luquilot. Did my companion level up? Already? No. So you have successfully negotiated your first few battles with your chocobo. Well done. Tell me, how did it feel? Was it not supremely reassuring fighting with your feathered companion? Your chocobo can make up for your shortcomings, or build upon your strengths. Indeed, there are countless ways the two of you might complement one another. Through some experimentation, you will come to find the approach that serves you best. Ah, before I forget, I have one last parting gift, a saddlebag for your chocobo. Carrying Gisselgreens can be quite cumbersome after all, and there should be sufficient room for your personal belongings should the need arise. I pray it serves you well on your travels. Perfect. Alright, well with that, thank you everybody for hanging out. I appreciate it so much, and we will be back on Monday with some Metal Gear of some kind. Have a great weekend, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you.